Please, to invite you the our guest of honor, Alhaji Abdullahi Suleiman. He's one of those that made up the new tax reform that is currently ongoing. He is the principal partner of management and tax consultants. Please welcome to the high table, Alhaji Abdullahi Suleiman, ACA, MCIA. You're welcome, sir. It's a pleasure to have you in our midst.
The next on the list here is the second speaker, and she is the National Secretary, Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. We are pleased to welcome to the high table Niesv Ethel Mendy. She's a fellow of the institution. Ma, you are highly welcome. Yes. Next here is the third speaker, our very own Niesv Perpetua Ohamma. She is the principal partner, Perpetua Ohamma Consulting, and she is equally a fellow of the institution. Ma, you are welcome. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Niesv, very much for that. So the next person, our speech speaker, is no other person than Estate Surveyor and Valuer Mary Olayeri, principal partner, Mary Olayeri Consulting. She is member of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuer. You are highly welcome. You are welcome, ma. A pleasure having you. Also, we want to invite to the high table our mama, our national vice chairman, Estate Surveyor Carmen Frances Ashaolu, and she's also our host today. She's our coordinator. So please, ma, stand up for recognition. If you want to go to the high table, you're welcome. My pleasure having you here. You're welcome. Next here is also our assistant coordinator, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Salama Umoru, coordinator, Women Week, Ajia Salama Umoru. You're welcome, our assistant coordinator. A pleasure having you, ma. So we also want to welcome members of the that are here, but not member of the high table, but by virtue of their position. I want to also welcome here, seated with us in the midst, is no other person than our own Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Lansa Agaji. He is the National Assistant Secretary, Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuer, a fellow. You're welcome, sir. A pleasure having you here. And also here with us is our Assistant Publicity Secretary,
Estate Surveyors and Valua, Mwamaka Ofoma, member of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valua. You're welcome, ma. It's a pleasure having you here. We also have with us here our own immediate past coordinator, one of those that drove the women wing to be what it is today. I would like us to also appreciate her, Estate Surveyor and Valua, Sandra Peter, fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyor and Valua. You're welcome, ma. So I want you to know that you're all welcome. My senior here present, Ashaolu. So we want to also appreciate here member of the past women protein that is here, Estate Surveyor and Valua Adebisi Adeshumbo. You're welcome, ma. Thank you. A fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyor and Valua. We want to also appreciate here, seated with us, Estate Surveyor and Valua Olusheyi Oshadare. You're welcome, ma. We also want to appreciate our Estate Surveyor and Valua Folake Odusiga, the capacity chairman. She will soon join us. She has a meeting running somewhere. We also want to appreciate our own seated here, Estate Surveyor Folari. You're welcome, sir. Akinlotu, you're welcome, sir. A pleasure having you here, sir. All other protocol observed. So we will move further and welcome our first speaker. So please, I want ESV Sandra Peters to be on standby to read the citation for our guest speakers. So we'd like to welcome our coordinator to the podium. Please, Estate Surveyor Frances Kame, fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyor and Valua, the coordinator of the Women Wing Abuja branch, and currently she is the new National Vice Chairman, Women's Wing. Please help me to welcome ESV Frances Kame to the podium. You're welcome for the coordinator opening speech.
Wow, what a great day. Good evening, every one of us. Opening remark by the coordinator, Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, Women's Wing. The National President, Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Malam Bature, Ali Mohammed, ably represented by our Honorable Second Vice President, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Abuja. The second vice president of our great institution, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Shola Abuja, the honorary national secretary, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Estelle Mendy, MNI. Our special resource persons, distinguished noble colleagues, all special guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to every one of us here. On behalf of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, Women's Wing Abuja branch, I warmly welcome you to our capacity building project workshop image, thriving under the new tax law, positioning female estate surveyors and valuers for leadership and financial success. This topic is timely. The new tax law brings both challenges and opportunities. As female professionals, we must equip ourselves to adapt growth as lead in our businesses in the changing space. I'm honored to have our second Vice President, Amiable Estate Surveyor and Valuer Shola Abeji. Well done, sir. As one of our resource persons in today's program, also our Honorable Secretary, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Mendy. I thank our National President, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Malam Bature Ali Ahmed, ably represented by our second Vice President, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Shola Abeji, as his representative. To all our guests and members, thank you for being here. Let us learn, engage, and live empowered to take bold steps in leadership and finance. Welcome and God bless each and every one of us. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Ma. We're here as women to learn today. I would want us to bring out our pen so that we can jot all the necessary notes that we need to, because after capacity training, we will be talking about value in the boardroom, leading, and also talking about financial success. One of the roles of the institution is that we actually do not have both the male and the female are treated equally. So, but here we have under this new dispensation, the women wing. And what the women wing is there is to foster unity and also to expand the horizon of the institution. It is not a harm to come and fight or struggle with a male counterpart, but rather to bring harmony and to be an helpmate. And that is why we have established, we are doing this training today, to make us to improve and also to be able to be a voice in leadership and also financial success, thereby giving room and also bringing people to know who we are as estate surveyors and valuer, and also bringing our institution in the limelight, so that people can reckon with us. So we will be going to the first speaker. Karima will introduce the first speaker. So please, Ma, IPC, you take the citation of our first speaker. So why we move on?
Our first speaker here is ESB Shola Abeji, the second Vice President of the Noble Institution, Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. But before then, his citation will be taken by the immediate past coordinator of this women wing, and in the person of ESV Sandra Peter. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you. Wish to adopt the already established protocol. My name is Estate Surveyor and Valuer Sandra Peter, a fellow of the institution and the immediate past coordinator of the Abuja branch. The citation for Estate Surveyor and Valuer Shola Abeji. Shola Abeji is a graduate of estate management and the principal partner of Shola Abeji and Partners. He's an astute professional with a career that has spanned over 25 years. He has a track record of over 2 decades of meritorious service with the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, Niesv Abuja branch, and the Niesv National. At Niesv Abuja branch level, he served as both Assistant Secretary and Branch Secretary, among other numerous committees and positions held by him. At the national level of Niesv, ESB Shola is a past national Secretary and current second Vice President of the Nigerian Institution of Valuers. He has also served in various capacities at this level. He is a fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers and a fellow of the Certified Institute of Auctioneers, Nigeria. He also holds the prestigious membership of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. In the auctioneering industry, ESB Shola Abeti is a current National Council member, past Abuja chapter chairman, and national chairman of national. He has had been on the board of the Estate Surveyors and Valuers Registration Board of Nigeria. ESB Shola's corporate exposure spans into the board of organizations such as FVG, Estate Development Company Limited, a real estate subsidiary of A&G Insurance Company, Medscape Oil and Gas Limited, and Pinascape Limited. Furthermore, he currently serves as a team lead on the Presidential Committee on Compulsory Insurance in Nigeria under the National Insurance Commission. He also was on the ad hoc committee on the Nigeria Financial Strategy of the Central Bank of Nigeria and on the Land Administration Committee of Nigerian Mortgage Refinancing Company on a program aimed at revolutionizing land administration in Nigeria. He is membership of the prestigious IBB Golf and Country Club and Parkland Golf Club. I assume you didn't say that. We need to know. He's married with children. So make welcome with a standing ovation the second president of the Nigerian, second vice president of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors.
Thank you, Noble Police. Have your seat. Please help me with my laptop. Distinguished Noble colleagues, let me start by duly recognizing here in our presence the National Secretary in the presence of President of SSW Ambala Etel Mendel. Let me also recognize Capacity Assistant National Secretary, SSW Ambassador Lanza Agachi. Permit me to go straight to recognize our guest speaker, Alhaji Abdullahi Suleiman, a management and tax consultant. I enjoyed his presentation during our MCPD. No wonder he's been getting calls to keep coming back and coming back again. Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to recognize the presence of the National ESCO, the National Vice Chairman of the Women's Wing, who holds the dual position as the current chairman too of the Abuja Women's Wing. Am I correct? Are you outgone now? Still current, so she's wearing two caps. I'd like to also recognize her vice chairman, elegantly seated beside her. Let me recognize here present distinguished members of the Abuja branch executives. I think I made a slip. My capacity chairman is even here. Please apologize. Let me, to make up for that, please give our capacity chairman a wonderful hand, please. Yeah. No, she came in quietly, and so somehow, I lost that track of her entrance. Let me also quickly recognize the ESCOs of the Abuja branch. I have also seated a very powerful member of that ESCO, the Vice Chairman, SSW Ebuka Ani. A wonderful hand for him, please. Seated like a perfect gentleman beside him is SSW Olarin Akin Loton. For want of our time, let me just genuinely recognize the elders in our midst, our senior female colleagues, fellows in our midst, and of course, noble colleagues. I'm here in three capacities. I'm representing the president of the institution, SS Sovian Valua, Malam Baturi Ali Mohammed, who is unavoidably absent. Well, he has sent me his well wishes and to tell you that his heart is here. And of course, he associates with the women's wing. I'm also here in my personal capacity as a resource person, as also a second vice president. And of course, I'd like to go into this presentation by taking us back to where we started from at this meeting. And that is the anthem we took, the Women's Wing anthem and a national anthem. You know, when those anthems were going on, I was inspired to form Niesv Women Wing Choir. Considering the sonority of the voices that I heard, but that's a very good one, a very good one. A good hand to you all there. So straight to today's topic, and I see today's topic as an outlier because I think centrally our focus is on tax, but of course this is a good input to also build capacity for our female colleagues here. Interestingly, in the auctioneering world, before I delve into the full meat of my presentation, we don't have too many women playing at that field. And I think the bold move by the women wing of Abuja branch to break that ice is highly commendable in a very male-dominated industry. And so I think it is fitting, it is ripe, and it is right that we are considering auctioneering as an estate surveyor and valuer, of course, with particular focus on this group of valuers, the women wing. And so, if you look at my slide there, first slide has the topic of this presentation. The second slide, I decided to just give us an idea who is an auctioneer. The details here, I've decided to pick the definition of the Lagos Auction Law of 2015. It is anyone who sells any goods or land at a sale where any person becomes or may become a purchaser of same by competition or being the highest bidder, either by being the sole bidder or increasing upon the bidding made by others, or decreasing on some named by the auctioneers or other persons as such, or by any other mode of sale by competition shall be deemed to carry on the business of an auctioneer. This definition is from the Lagos Auction Law. Let me say here that there are so many definitions of who an auctioneer is. So to break down this lingua here, is simply saying an auctioneer is a person who engages the business of selling goods, items, by the process of competitive bidding, where the highest bidder eventually wins the item. That's the summary of what that law is saying. And so that is what you are trying to become as you listen to, today's presentation. Next slide. And so who is an estate surveyor and valuer? It's important that we remind ourselves who we are. And for purpose of this presentation, it's safe to say that any person recognized by the board, the Estate Surveyors and Valuer Registration Board of Nigeria, and recognized by it also, is qualified to hold him or herself out as an estate surveyor and valuer. That's pretty straightforward. So now, auctioneering and estate surveying and valuation. There has been this argument about who should control the trade of auctioneering in Nigeria, knowing fully well that over the years, auctioneering has existed in a rather informal manner, where we had persons who have aggregated themselves together in the years past, largely unschooled. People call them illiterate with some level of caution, and they had dominated the auctioneering space in Nigeria. You see them mainly at local government levels, you see them at ministries, informally, but somehow because they were providing a service that was useful, and there was a gap, in that space. And so they could conveniently fill that gap because technically there were no options available for the auctioneering business in Nigeria. Along the line came the sci-fi issue of auctioneers, and I'll be speaking to that much later. But for SS Surveyors and Kampala, what is the nexus? What is that connection? Do we really be playing in this field? Or do we have any justification to want to practice auctioneering as SS Surveyors and valuers? And so, to buttress that point, I've said here in the next slide that there's need to juxtapose SS surveying and valuation as well as auctioneering in brief. I have 3 salient points here. The first is sale of property by private treaty and sparingly by auction sales. Now, as an SS surveyor and valuer, you are in the business of sales. Oftentimes, our sales are by private treaty. But auction sales, oftentimes, you get to sell by competitive bidding. And so as an SS surveyor and valuer, you already have an edge with respect to real estate auctions because already you are in the business of sales. Auction actually in itself is a method of disposal. If you look at our legislation or our legislative books in Nigeria, you will notice that auction is oftentimes assigned the role of a method of disposal or a method of sale recommended for government institutions and government establishments. While auctioneering involves the sale of assets strictly by various auction methods of sale, yes, auctioneering has several methods of auctions of sales, which we'll also look at in the course of this presentation. With evaluation of assets is done for auction purposes. Yes, because in today's world and by standard practice, no auction should go on without valuation. And why is this important? It's important to allow for transparency. It's important to allow for government to maximize return on the assets they are selling. And I just say not just government, but even private organizations and individuals. Because when you have right asset pricing for an asset, to determine the reserve price and ultimately carry out the proper auction when the pricing is right. We'll also, in the course of this presentation, look at where we are failing or where we have failed as SS surveyors and valuers in properly carrying out this role. For the auctioneers, he looks more at the reserve price and is derived likely or should be derived ideally from the report of the valuer, Then finally, on that point of the nexus, we have the private treaty sale normally involve the principal, the agent, and the client. But in an auction sale, we have the principal, we have the agent, we have the buyer. Of course, buyers will mean buyers, who eventually form the competition needed to drive prices up to get maximum returns for the auction that you have carrying out. The next slide. To do any work as a professional, you must understand that professions do not exist in a vacuum. There are legal or there are legislations that would normally back up professions. It is these legislations that give you the legal bite, the legal strength, and the boldness to reach out to government, to challenge government, and to also defend your turf as a professional. Imagine, for example, that there was no law backing SS surveying and valuation in Nigeria. We won't have any voice to challenge government when they do things that go contrary to our profession. And I mean, even with the law, we are still struggling many times with government giving out our jobs to non-professionals. And so it's important that you understand the legal ramifications that encompass the auction trade in Nigeria. Let me start by saying that there's yet no nationally enacted auction law that covers the entire country. What we have are snippets of legislations that have taken root in a number of states. We have the auction laws of Northern Nigeria, we have the auction laws of Lagos, we have in Kaduna, we have in Kwara, we have in Plateau State. But all these auction laws are derived from a Sale of Goods Act of 1893, which came from the English Act, revised English Act that we borrowed from England. So these other auction laws I've mentioned from Kaduna, from Kwara, from Plateau, were all derived from the 1893 Act, the Sale of Goods Act of 1983. But let's look in detail at what we have at the moment that have derived from those acts. The 2015 Lagos Auction Law which has been usually regulated, updated from time to time, is currently in force. That law defines who an auctioneer is, and that's the definition I used when we started earlier on. It also states how an auctioneer should practice, how he should register with the Lagos State government, his ethical conduct, responsibilities expected of him. Then we have the next we're going to look at is the Process of Crime Recovery and Management Act 2022, popularly known as the POCA Act. Let me say something here when you're looking at legislations of federal government and legislations of state government with respect to, thank you. So let me say here, when you're looking at legislations of the federal government and legislations of the state government with respect to auction or disposal of government assets, there are legislations that have been created primarily for seized assets or forfeited assets. And these legislations, the most prominent and most recent among them is the POCA Act. That is the act that the EFCC, the ICPC, the NDLEA, and most of these anti-corruption agencies, that is the act that they rely on to dispose seized properties. Because without an existing law, they will not have the legal right or grounds to dispose those properties. And that's why these laws are very, very important. So it's good as an intending auctioneer to take your time to extract these laws and see where you can rely on to push your cause or push your case for auction of these assets. And so that law, if I take a few sections, Section 3 says that the Act empowers anti-corruption agencies of government to establish a department known as Process of Crime Management Directorate. Now, if you are not going to apply to, for example, EFCC for an auction job, of course, you would naturally write or address your letter to the chairman of the commission, and you can attend this. You can now attention the Process of Crime Management Directorate, or you can now follow up with this particular unit. This is the unit that will give you direction and exactly how your papers or your proposals, will be treated. They can give you info on all that. Section 4A of the Act, Part 2, Process of Crime Directorate, makes it mandatory for the Process of Crime Management Directorate to, 1, engage contractors, asset managers, auctioneers, accountants, consultants, brokerage companies, investment advisors, financial investigators, and other experts for the effective performance of its functions under this Act. Now, why did I put this here? To let you know that the EFCC does not actually have a choice in how they dispose these assets, because the law has prescribed how it must be disposed. And one of the strong points the law has said is that you must dispose through auction as the method of disposal. To continue on the Process of Crime Act, Section 62 and Section 63 of the Process of Crime Act provide the framework for the disposal of assets, including sale by auction. Section 62 handles the notice of the proposed disposal, while Section 63 governs the proceeds from the sale of property. It is interesting to know that the word valuers occurs only once in the Act, while the word auctioneers occurs 5 times in the Act. Why this emphasis here? Even though the POCA Act appeared to try to instill some form of transparency in the disposal process of government assets, for some reasons that I find curious, they really did not say valuers should handle the valuation first before the assets are disposed. But we can rely on the Bureau of Public Procurement Act that says in Section 52 of the BPP Act, that for every government property that must be sold, that property must first be valued, then disposed. And it now went on to prescribe about 5 methods of disposal depending on the status of that asset. Meaning that if the asset of government was a gift, the Act recommended a way to dispose it. If it was seized, he recommended a means of disposal. If it was something that they were trying to wind down the government assets, there was also a method of disposal prescribed by the BPP Act. So it's important that we look at that act. And I referenced section 55 of sub 1 of the act for us to look at. Next slide. Now, I try to establish that legal framework to understand that we are not practicing in the air, we are practicing within body of laws. And the association that exists today, we are looking at popular auction bodies in Nigeria. So today we have the Nigerian Association of Auctioneers, popularly called the NAA. We have the Certified Institute of Auctioneers, as well as the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. Amongst these three, in order of ranking, and popularity, we have the NAA, the CIAN, and the NISV. But I'll put a proviso there. The CIAN of late is now gaining ascendancy in terms of recognition by NGOs. Most NGOs now will say that if you don't have the certificate of the Certified Institute of Auctioneers, they won't give you a job. Yes, the landslide guy has been chopping all the money in the NGOs. No, I'm just looking at you with one eye. There's no problem. And the NA2 are giving us a fight. They are giving them a fight also, for that space. So within the NGO space, it's a battle between NA as well as the CIN, who are the new entrants. Now, it's important I also give you the clear distinction between these two organizations, because you would come to a crossroad at some point when you want to decide which to join. We've had colleagues who joined NAA and they ran back, and joined CIN. Now, what is the difference? For CIN, you go through structured training programs. You have international trainings, international affiliations. You also have a body of how will I put it now? Well, all CIN members are graduates. You must be a graduate of a profession, of a school, or is this institutional? Yes, institutional, yes. For you to become a member of, so it assumes that everybody in CIN are minimally graduates, even though we have other membership level like student membership, and I think, I don't know, there's other category or so. But for NA, you have an association that are just mainly businessmen who do not engage in real auction training and who just come together purposely for trade and for business. And so the intellectual and academic input is not very key in that association. Then let's go back to Niesv. What is the problem with Niesv? I'd like to pause here to say that, and I'm speaking right from experience as the past chairman of CIA in Abuja branch. In the intervening period when I took over as chairman, I had been in the ESCO of SCAN for almost 12 years running, right from when it was founded, from PRO, secretary, blah, 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 vice chairman, and chairman. So within those intervening years, I realized that what I was able to bring in many years bids into CIN, I realized that only just a handful are actually practicing. And even the handful, just a flash, they just come and you don't see them again. And I began to ask myself, why? And this is the reason. This is my conclusion. The Estate Surveyor and Valuer appears to me to have already too much to do. Valuation, agency, FM, appraiser, advisory, development, project management, etc. And so many times they are unable to maintain the focus and tenacity to run through this auction thing. And so you see people who hold the certificates as auctioneers, but they have never auctioned, never done a proposal, but they gladly put FCIA, MCIA. And when they say auctioneer to stand up, they will stand up. That is the irony. So I'm happy that we are here, looking at how we can correct this for those of us who already have the certificate and for those who want to become members. At some point, you begin to understand why it is important that you take this seriously as a support to your business. Now, Hexagon is a regulator. And at some point, we are currently still hiding on the fact that among all the bodies listed, only Niesv has a unique standing in that we are recognized by an act of parliament, and in a way, our Lord, though not directly, gives us the latitude to handle disposal of properties, and of course, the important part, the valuation of properties. And so if you are looking at who has a better standing legally, you normally delve towards our direction that ESVs will actually be the leaders and drivers of the auction space in Nigeria. But what is the problem? The problem we have when we went to the board is that the Act of Hexagon explicitly stated clearly what Hexagon should regulate, and that is ethics surveying and valuation. And so it was going to be very hard to continue to rely on this under very careful scrutiny. And so at that point, we have to now encourage our members that while you affiliate with the Niesv auctioneering faculty, for purpose of business, aligned with the Certified Institute of Auctioneers, if you must be taken seriously in the auction business space. And let me tell you why. First off, if you get to apply for an auction business and your CAC certificate does not carry auctioneering as part of its object clause, you will be turned down immediately. Second, if you also apply as an SS surveyor and valuer using faculty affiliate or Niesv faculty affiliation, they will tell you that it appears that you are not a core auctioneer. You are not actually in the practice of auctioneering, and so you probably will not stand a chance when you are bidding with those who the only thing they have on their letterhead is Musa Ismail auctioneers. True and true. Do you understand? And so that's why we say, if you want to practice this, you must affiliate with recommended CIEN for purpose of practice. So a quick one, let me just skip that ESV, I've mentioned that a bit. Then efforts to enact the national auction law in Nigeria. Like I said earlier, there's no national auction law. However, efforts have been made by the Certified Institute of Auctioneers. The first effort that was made, it was the bill was passed by both houses, the Senate and House of Rep, got to the presidency, we didn't get assent. Recently again, the bill has been passed by both houses, it has gotten to the president. We are hoping that assent will be given to the bill. Now, what happens? If by a stroke of fortune, that bill is signed, assented to by the president, what it means is that Certified Institute of Auctioneers now becomes Chartered Institute of Auctioneers. And what that does is that it collapses all other auction practitioners under this particular institute. Second, it now gives this institute the right to now organize itself the way Niesv organizes itself. So we now have more rigorous exam, more detailed scrutiny, and on and on. So for me, this is the right time to enter before the institute gets chartered. To me, it's even better you enter now and keep it than you are now struggling to write several exams and you are wondering how you are going to pass. So let's go into auction categories. There are quite a number. The categorization of auction is varied depending on who is presenting, but I've chosen just 3 categories, and that is the live auction, also known as physical auction, in-person auction, or traditional auction. That's the one that the auctioneer comes, there's a venue, the auctioneer comes, you see his gavel, you see his hammer, and all the things that go with it. Then we have the online auctions, where the auction is hosted typically online, and the hybrid, where you have a mix of the physical as well as online going on concurrently at the same time. Those are the 3 categories. Now, auction methods. For auction to take place, there are several methods that you can apply. Now, this is where the experience of the auctioneer comes into play. The auction method you are going to recommend will depend on the nature of the items you are auctioning, the timing or the time you have to auction those items, and probably the expectation of your client or circumstances of the auction sale. So for purpose of our learning, I'll just take us through about 6 of them for us to understand what they mean. The popular one we know is the English auction method. And this is where the prices start low, and of course it begins to increase as bidders compete until only one bidder is left. And that is, we keep raising the prices until only one person, standing with the highest price. At that point, the person is declared winner of that bid. If that bid is not below the reserve price, then we now have the Dutch auction method, and that's the descending bid method. In this method, it's like I want to auction this string. Rather than tell you that I have 100, can I have 150? I have 150, can I have 200? I have 200, can I have 250? I will say, I have 1 million, can I have 900? Everybody keeps quiet. I have 900, can I have 800? That's descending. I have 800, can I have 850? Can I have 800? No, I keep going down until someone just raises his paddle and say, yes, 800. 800, going, gone. I slam my hammer and sold. And so that's the difference between the English auction and the Dutch auction method. And the first price sealed bid auction. In this one is a case where all of us will have written our bids on a sheet of paper, and go and drop it in a box kept before us. You don't have the option of changing your bid, like in the English auction where you can keep reversing your bid until you become the winner. And so first price sealed bid. So once you drop the boxes, you should now open the box and begin to shout, okay, registration number 005, 3 million, 006, 2.5, 09, 9 million, 010, 15 million. 50 million is the highest bid there, sold at 15 million naira. That's the first price sealed bid auction. There's another method called the second price sealed bid auction. In this one, is the same thing with the first price sealed bid. It's just that when you win it at the highest price, you pay the price of the second highest bidder. That's how it works under that arrangement. Then reverse auction. And this is where buyers request goods and services and sellers compete or by lowering their price. It's a case of we are hustling for you to patronize us. So we keep trying to get your attention based on how well we can drop our prices. And finally, private treaty, you understand that one. The vendor and the sellers under a private treaty arrangement. So that's a summary of the auction methods that we have. So I tried to do something a little bit on the fiscal auction method. For fiscal auction method, once you have gotten through your training, you've gotten through your certifications and all that, you've gotten the job, and you are now ready to carry out a live auction, and you are using the fiscal auction method or traditional auction method, you'll be thinking first about the venue. Let me say this, that there are some times that the client will tell you that the items you want to buy as a value. So there are some items you want to auction, and the client will tell you that, look, we don't want you to handle this auction, in our premises. Please take it elsewhere. And that's the advantage of an auction house. If you have an auction house and there's none currently in Abuja, I've told Lancer to try and have an auction house. I've been encouraging him to be the first to own an auction house in Abuja. But if you are lucky, you can beat him to it. Overtaking is allowed. And so what happens is that if I had an auction house, all I would do is that, okay, I would have discussed what it costs to move the items if my fee does not include movement and transportation and all that to the auction house, and I'll now fix a date at my convenience to go and auction those items. That's how it works. But where the client doesn't mind that the items can be auctioned in their premises, then you go into what we call discussions with the client on things like, first, we like to ask them, you have an asset list. It's important. An asset list is a compilation of all the assets they want you to auction. If they don't have that list, we request that they please have that list or engage you to have that list in a company of their staff. Long and short is that there must be an asset list of what you are going to auction. Second, when you have that asset list, you now go on to inspect with them to ensure that what they have on the list is actually what is actually on ground. Oh, my time is even off. Wonderful. Okay, I'll just speed up. Give me another 5 minutes or thereabout. You know? You know? And you know, I can continue to discuss this auction thing for as long as so anyway, let me just use my time well. And so once you confirm the items, then you lot the items. You lot them in such a way that you can put bad items to good items so that when person wins that lot, he moves with both the good and the bad lot so that I don't have leftovers for you to do your auctioning. Then you now go to registration. After registration, that is on the auction day now. The auctioneer will address the bidders, the auction rules. It goes on to conduct the auction. High bidders are referred to the payment stand, and when they pay their invoice, after their invoice, they are cleared and they can pick their goods and they are off. So I'll just wrap up with reserve price. The rest you can read them later. And this is where I'll stop. Reserve price. Valuers are correctly trying to destroy the auction industry because of what I call asset mispricing. In the case of NDIC, it took some of us to go and beg NDIC not to sanction some of our members who overvalued assets. The problem is they have primarily was overvaluation from valuers. And when assets are overvalued for auction purpose, to sell them by auction becomes a problem. And so that is where our inadequacies are revealed. NDIC had to repeat auctions in some cases 5 times by telling the valuers to keep reducing their price. And the point looked as if, then what is even the point of the valuation? If they kept telling you, reduce it by 20%, reduce it by 50%. And so it made a mess of our, and so they are not asking themselves, they are not correct. They were saying that is there even need to get valuers involved since our reports have failed earlier on. So what is the solution? It's important that we now acquaint ourselves with how to value for auction purposes. The IBS, International Valuation Standard, provides a very good framework. Auction, valuation for auction, you are looking at the liquidation value under the premise of first sale. You must tie your basis of value with your premise of value to arrive at the proper auction value. Otherwise, you are going to have a complete erroneous figure reported as your valuation opinion. You don't have too much time. I'll just stop here. I wish you a very good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Second Vice President, for that wealth of knowledge. We're grateful. Thank you. I think this is for our women to go and become members of auctioneers. Thank you. Please, if you have any question, just put it down. Let's call the second speaker so that way we'll take time. And at the end of we'll be able to take, questions and they will be able to answer us. Okay, while he was taking, he was here, our able capacity chair. So I want us to welcome her properly. Let's welcome SS Obvious and Valua Polaka Odisiga, the Abuja branch chairman. You're welcome, ma. We are happy to have you. Also, I saw SS Obvious Ebuka Ani. Is okay, all right. Please, you're welcome. All other protocol observed. So,
yes, we are here to welcome the second speaker to the podium, the ESV Etel Mendy, the National Secretary of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. But before then, I would like to welcome to the podium Niesv Hajia Salamat Umaru for the citation of Niesv Ethel Mendy, a fellow of the institution.
Good evening, my amiable brand new second vice president of our noble institution, in person of Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Shola Abuja. Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Dr. Mendel, our national secretary of Niesv, Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyor and Valuer. Good evening, all of that protocol duly established. Good evening, distinguished noble colleagues. I'm here to present to you the citation of Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Ethel Mendy, our national secretary, MN9. Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Dr. Ms. Ethel Mendy, Asiya Mendy, FN9, MN9, FN9VS, MN9 is a highly accomplished estate surveyor and valuer, academic and institutional administrator with over 2 decades of experience across professional practice, academia, corporate leadership, and governance. She holds a PhD in estate management and valuation with specialization in appraisal and valuation and brings a rare blend of technical expertise, academic depth, and strategic institutional insights. As a lecturer, she contributes actively to teaching, research, and academic administration with a strong focus on knowledge management, policy development, and structure coordination. Dr. Mendy has served in the Nigeria Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, Niesv, at both branch and national levels, contributing to key strategic committees. She is also a proud pioneer of Niesv Women's Wing, reflecting her commitment to inclusion and professional advancement. She currently serves as the national secretary of our institution. Let's give her a round of applause. Not easy. It's not easy for a woman to acquire such knowledge. Yes. Our career span consultancy and corporate leadership, rising to the level of managing partners in professional practice and equipping her with strong capability in leadership, coordination, and decision-making. She's a globally engaged through international training and conferences in valuation and infrastructure appraisal. A recent graduate of the senior executive course at the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Study, NIPSS crew, she holds the prestigious MNI designation. Can we give her a bit of applause? It's not easy. Dr. Mendy is a respected voice in the real estate sector, speaking and writing on valuation, intelligence, governance, and the role of professionals in driving sustainable development. She's a leader and a strong advocate for SLA. She's happily married with children. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Dr. Ethel Mendy.
Thank you. Should I hold on or I should go ahead? Good evening, my distinguished colleagues, senior professionals, and emerging leaders, my adorable sisters.
Permit me to stand on existing protocols. My president, ably represented by the second vice president, sir, permit me to stand on existing protocols. I am honored to speak at this capacity building program of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, the Women's Wing. Today I will be speaking on a very critical aspect of our profession, which is property management. This topic is particularly very important because many people focus on valuation, we focus on agency. Some of us have even deviated to property development. And our second vice president and assistant national secretary seated here have veered into auctioneering. But property management is actually the in thing for us that we are actually supposed to do so much. Our property management is where consistent income, professional relevance, and long-term value truly lies. Because in property management, you would have this consistent income, as I say. I'm going to tell you a little story. I don't know how many of us, we have seniors here, but I know earlier in my career, I used to think property development, estate management actually had to do more with valuation, closing of deals and all that. But as I continued, you know, over time, I realized something very different and interesting. You would see two similar properties. Those properties would have the same structure. Those properties are occupied, maintained, and all of that, but the outcome a lot of times would be completely different when it comes to the profitability of that property. What is the difference? That's what we are going to look at now, and that is the management of those properties. It's not about the location. It's the management of the property that would give it that value that we're actually looking at. So what I'm going to talk about today is property management as an estate surveyor and valuer, a professional perspective for the women's wing. I tell all this towards the women because I know we are special in our own way. And property management has a lot to do with the women's wing. So I sent out the hard copies, so you will just look at it and we'll be discussing as we move on. So what is property management? What is property management? From the introduction, I would say property management is the professional way of handling of real estate on behalf of the owners. The professional way of handling real estate on behalf of the owners. You would see a very long other definition there, but I'll just be summarizing what I'm going to say. In property management in Nigeria today, we would find out that we would have, it has to do with legal compliance, tenant relationship management, income optimization, and long-term asset preservation. As practitioners of estate surveying and valuation, we have a regulatory framework, and that's where Niesv will come in, and SVABON as a regulatory body would also come in. Let me simplify it this way. Property management is not just about collecting rent. No, it's not about collecting rent. You know, it is about managing people. Because in property management, it's not just the building that you're seeing. You would manage the people that are in that building. You would manage the risks that the people bring in. It can be financial risk, physical risk, whatever risk is going to be involved. You're going to manage that risk. And you're also going to manage the asset professionally. And in managing the asset professionally, we are going to have a sustainable management because you can manage a property and you're not managing it sustainably. So we would manage it professionally and what sustainably. So the next thing we are going to look at now is the role of the estate surveyor and valuer as a property manager. I have written here that the estate surveyor and valuer is uniquely positioned as a custodian of real estate value. What is our role as property managers? Our role in property management is very comprehensive. First, we are going to look at leasing and letting. Leasing and letting, what are we looking at? You're looking at how we market the properties, you screen tenants, you prepare agreements. All of that falls into what? Leasing and letting. The second thing we are going to look at here is the financial management of the property. In financial management, what do? We collect rent. We service the service charge administration that is paid to us, we manage it properly. And as women, we are very good managers of finance. So when it comes to service charge administration, we manage very, very well. And then you also have budget preparation and financial reporting. That's also part of the financial management, which is the second role of an estate surveyor in property management. The third one we are going to look at is maintenance and facility oversight. You have your routine inspections that you do before you get the tenant in. Some of us also, you're supposed to do what I call, you can still go in for what you call it now, other inspections. It's not only the inspection you do when the tenant is taken in, you can also do other inspections. You can schedule those inspections, maybe 6 quarterly. You can do it half yearly, and you can do it yearly. It depends on the agreement you enter. But in all of this, what you should do is to ensure that the property remains functional and attractive. Because if you allow the property to weigh down when it comes to the beauty of the property, your value would also drop. The next thing we are going to look at is tenant relations. That's the fourth rule, tenant relation. In that tenant relation, you're looking at managing people, you're looking at resolving conflict, you're looking at maintaining occupancy of that property. And finally, we are looking at legal compliance. Legal compliance has to do with adherence to tenancy laws, ensuring health and safety, managing notices, renewals, and enforcement of procedures. What I summarized in this legal compliance is we must ensure that we align with the laws and regulations. Because in all of this, when we are managing properties, we should understand that there are laws that follow. We have the Land Use Act, we have tenement rates, we have a lot of laws that would have to follow. And as a competent estate surveyor and valuer, we must ensure that the property we are managing performs optimally, both physically and financially. So we are now going to the third part of it, which is the property management value chain. Property management is a cycle. It's not a one-time thing. You just don't take a tenant there and you move out and you don't look at the property again. That's why I said it's a cycle and it's not a one-time thing. We begin with pre-letting. If you're given a property by your client to manage, you're going to have this as a guide. The first thing you're going to look at is the pre-letting stage. What are we looking at in this stage? Property inspection, the condition of assessment, rental valuation. And when you're doing your rental valuation, most times you use comparison. You look at the other properties around that location. I want to give you an example. Let me give you an example right here. In regards to this pre-letting stage, you have a 3-bedroom flat, as I've written in there, that is going for 3.5 million annually. But when you upgrade that property with a backup solar system, enhanced security that is going to improve the overall security around that location, you're looking at the interiors of the building. Probably the building has better finishing. What changed in that aspect? What changed? It's not the location, obviously, but the management decision changed. Why did it change? The rent has increased to 5 million. It could even increase to 6, 7 million. Why would it increase to that amount? Because of the changes you put inside. And where did those changes come from? The decisions you have taken as a manager of that property. The next stage we are looking at is the letting stage. In this stage, it comes immediately after the pre-letting stage, and this includes advertising the property, screening of the tenants, and documentation. A lot of us here are property managers. Very few of us would say we have not managed properties before. So we are only putting ourselves together to emphasize on the things we should do, because we need to learn every day to develop ourselves. So we have done the pre-letting, we are going into the letting stage, which I said you advertise, you screen your tenants that are coming in, And after that, you document. And this documentation I'm talking about is drafting of lease agreements. And what is the lesson we are going to learn from the letting stage? It's tenant selection. And I wrote here that tenant selection is risk management. It's a risk management function. It's not just a lease activity. And what do I mean by that? Every tenant you accept brings in a level of financial, legal, and behavioral risks into the property. That's why I said, as an estate surveyor and valuer, our job is to reduce that risk before the lease is even signed. That's why we need to screen our tenants before we take them in. If you screen the tenants appropriately, I think you would not have so much of these issues that involve the risks of managing the property. Because the simple truth is, it is better to have a vacant property than to have a bad tenant. That's the simple truth. It is better to have a vacant building than to have a bad tenant. That bad tenant can be in that building in another 10 years and don't pay you a dime. But that property can be there for just 1 year, 2 years, and you still get a good tenant to live in that property. A good tenant would surely protect your income, but a bad tenant will do what? Is going to destroy the assets that you're building. The next one is operational stage, which has to do with rent collection and enforcement, maintenance execution, and tenant engagement. You know, I looked at a case study of a block of flats. You know, sometimes when you call, some of us get so reluctant. You're managing a property. You must be up and doing 24 hours. A tenant will call you. Please, this has happened to my property, to the property. Some of you will take 1 week not sorted it out. There are some tenants that will move out of that house, not minding how much they have paid. But if you're a property manager that has a very good response system, there's no way you will lose tenants when it comes to those kind of things. You will hurry up, work on that thing, and it's going to keep your relationship with your tenants intact. So finally, we are looking at the renewal stage or the exit stage. That is lease renewal negotiations, rent reviews, and property upgrades. You know, we have to review the rent and upgrade the property. Each of these steps I had listed affects the profitability and the sustainability property we are managing. We are going to look at the competencies of estate surveyors, the female estate surveyors in property management. To excel in property management, especially as women, we must navigate this competitive professional space. We are not competing with the men, but we have a way we handle things. If a woman, just like some people would say, if a woman drives a car and a man drives that same car, the same number of years, if they want to sell that car, people will go for the one the woman has driven. True or false? So as it stands, even in management, I bet you the women have an edge in management of property because we manage our homes. We know how to keep the homes clean. We have this nature of 24-hour active response system built inside of us. So as women, I know we have those competencies inside of us. You know, because first, to succeed as a female property management, you must understand money. You must understand money. That's one. It's not just the rent, but you must understand money. You must understand cash flow. You must understand profitability in management of the property that has been given to you. Because a property earning high rent and is poorly managed can still perform badly. Am I saying the simple truth? Yeah. So always ask this: is this property truly profitable? As a woman, when you look at property, is it truly profitable? If it's not, as a woman, you can simply package that property and make it profitable. So you're going to apply what? Financial intelligence. You must understand. That's why I first of all said you must understand money, you must understand cost, you must understand profitability. The next one we are going to look at, for want of time, we are going to look at negotiation skills. As a woman, as women rather, we are experts in negotiation skills. We are very, very good in it. That's one of our core skills. We know how to negotiate even in our homes. We know how to negotiate with our children. And that's why we are able to negotiate with our clients in regards to our management of properties and the assets that have been given to us. As women, we should always bring our strong emotional intelligence into negotiations. We have it, and we must use it. Let us use it to negotiate with our tenants. Let us use it to even negotiate with the contractors that are involved with the properties that we are managing, and even with the landlord. We can use it, we have it. And in all of these, don't use your emotional intelligence only. You must have your data available. You must have your comparables. Don't work with assumptions. The fact that we have inbuilt response system, we have emotional intelligence, does not mean we should throw away our professionalism. That's where we must rely on the data we have and not base whatever we are doing on assumptions. We must understand the legal environment that we find ourselves as property managers. The key areas include tenancy laws, lease agreements, and eviction procedures. Don't be caught unawares. Understand your environment. This legal environment is very important. So the legal awareness, you must have knowledge of the Land Use Act. You must have knowledge of state tenancy laws where you operate. And then you must also understand professional regulations. And when I talk about professional regulations, we're looking at SVABON as our regulatory body. An example is a case where improper eviction can expose you as a manager and even the landlord to litigation that may never have an end. You would see a tenant would be in your house for another 10, 15, 20 years. Some landlords would even die. They are still in court. So that should not be applicable to us as women. If we've got the emotional intelligence, we should also understand the legal environment that we have found ourselves. That's why I'm saying we must always look at the tenancy laws, we must look at lease agreements, and we must look at eviction procedures very well, so that we shouldn't be caught or found wanting in any of these. And then we must adopt technology, because the future of property management has gone digital. We must understand that we are going technology rather is what is in vogue right now. That's the trend of the time. So we must adopt technology. We must have digital tracking systems for rent. We should also have, there are a lot of property development softwares. There are a lot. I have done some trainings in some of those softwares, and you can equally do the same. And whatever we are doing should be data driven in regards to the decisions we take. And there was a time I was looking at this data issue. I stood up and went and did a course on data analytics for 6 months. And when it comes to data, I can develop a simple app that any landlord can use, or any of us seated here can use. Unfortunately, many of us practitioners, we still rely on manual management. We still collect rent, give out receipts, put the receipts inside files, and put those files on shelves in our offices. So please, we should go digital. We should adopt technology. The practical challenges that in Nigeria and the solutions we are going to face as women. The first one is infrastructure deficiency. We operate in a very challenging environment. There's power instability, water issues. When it comes to issues like this, what do? As managers, we need to be proactive. Those of you that are in Band A, you understand what it means to be in Band A. Sometimes you spend 50,000 less than 1 week. If you put that money together and you get solar panels, it will make a lot of sense. So there you have inverter-friendly ACs that you could use with your inverter. So you be 5-10 steps ahead of your clients. What are the solutions to this? You have solar energy systems, you have borehole and water management plans. And then when it comes to rent default, we had spoken about strong tenant screening before now. And then there are some landlords or some property managers that, because of your emotional intelligence, there's a way you will talk to your landlord. Please, because of this, especially if it's a sitting tenant, please, because of AYZ, please, can we allow this tenant to pay installmentally? There are some landlords that will accept. Do you know there are some landlords that have even brought down rent in this critical period? There are some landlords that have dropped rent. There are some that would accept for you to even pay 3 times. So that's where you should use your emotional intelligence. Talk with your landlord on behalf of the tenant. You're not there for the landlord alone. You're also there for the tenant. So in regards to rent default, you know, we have spoken about strong tenant screening, flexible payment structure, so that the tenants can pay in bits as they can. So there are some tenants that would have this money and not want to pay. At least, but if you did your screening very well, you would not have the cost to have this kind of tenants in the property you're managing. And then you have quack agents. You know, we should have professional branding. We should have our integrity intact. You know, you can also have client education. I talk to my clients. If this happens, this is where you find yourself. So you should also educate your clients. And then we should adhere to the standards of our noble institution and the board. And then we should never neglect maintenance. We should not neglect maintenance. We should always be ready, as I said earlier, to put up this maintenance structure for the tenants. The next one we are going to look at is property management as a wealth creation tool. Property management as a wealth creation tool. This is where it's getting very interesting for me. You know, because property management, as I said earlier, is sustainable income. When you're doing your auctioneering, you just sell and go. When you're doing a brief for valuation, you do your brief and you go. Is that not true? You do your brief, they pay you and you're out. If you're doing sales, you sell, you close the deal, they pay your money and you move. Agency, the same thing. You collect your agency. But it is only property management that you have wealth. It's a wealth creation tool. So you don't joke with property management, because when all others fail, your property management expertise will keep on creating wealth for you. So as women, I said here that the pathways for women, you know, the first one is the entry level. There is nobody that didn't have little beginning. You won't wake up today and have a portfolio of assets. No, you start somewhere. Some of us have just 1 property, some 2, some 3, some 4, but you must start somewhere. You have your entry level, maybe 2, you're managing 2 or 3 properties. That is your little beginning. Start small with few properties. As you move on, you're going to grow your portfolio. You will not just manage. Some of you just got into a new estate and your neighbor just said, please just manage the boys' quarters for me. You give out that boys' quarters. Before you know what's happening, you're bringing into a portfolio, you're having mixed properties, you have residential, you have commercial, and you're just moving on. You know, so you build your portfolio gradually, but you must start small. You know, and then from there, you see, we begin to move into specialized property. How do you move into specialized property? There are some people that are not ready to manage commercial properties. There are some that only dwell on residential, some dwell only on commercial, and some just say, look, I'm just going industrial. I don't want to go into issues, you know. Because there are some residential properties, you manage the property, you manage the marriage inside that property. Because the day they want to fight and scatter that property, you would have to beg them, because when they begin to break things, it won't be that easy. You understand? And then you will now move to ethics and asset management. From specialization, you have asset management. And then you will now move to ethics and professional responsibility. When we are looking at professional responsibility, you're looking at the fiduciary responsibility. What do I mean by fiduciary responsibility? We are talking about managing someone else's property and money in their best interest, not in your own interest, in their best interest. This profession is built on trust. Ethics, surveying, and valuation is built on trust. If they can't trust you with their money, then they cannot trust you with anything else. So we have to be on the fast lane now. We are looking at the case studies. A poorly managed property that does not have any maintenance plan, you should know that that property would not go anywhere. A property too that does not have a professional management touch to it. When I mean professional management, you're looking at structured rent system, preventive maintenance, strong tenant engagement. That is a good one. And what is going to be the outcome for that? You are going to have increased rental income, you're going to have long-term tenants, and you're also going to have asset appreciation. The value of that property would increase. And then as a woman leadership advantage, you have your advantage as a property management. We have our unique strength, as I had said earlier. We communicate better. We have stronger relationships when it comes to management. And then we have high attention to details. As a woman, every woman has high attention to details. So that gives us an edge when it comes to property management. So we are going to look at strategic guidance for women. For young estate surveyors, we have young estate surveyors who are here. Property management will gain knowledge, will gain practical. The practicals, where are we going to gain these practicals? We'll gain the practicals on site. On-site experience is going to give us practical gain. And then we are going to develop confidence in negotiation. You build this confidence as you grow. I told you that you start small. From those small engagements, 1 or 2 properties to portfolios and to assets, we will keep moving on like that. And for us who are experienced professionals, what are we looking at? Please mentor the emerging professionals. Please be mentors to the younger ones. Please build firms that the younger ones can come. And then also invest in property assets. For all of us seated here this evening as practitioners, as female estate surveyors and valuers who are going to manage properties, we should be firm and we should also be fair. We should maintain professional integrity. We should commit ourselves to continuous learning. I learn every day. As I'm talking to you, as I go back home, I have a class online that I need to attend. I am not tired of learning. Nobody has monopoly of knowledge. Everybody is unique in his or her own way. So wherever I see that I am deficient, I go to this person. Please, I need to learn this. Like now, I'm beginning to develop interest in auctioneering. I'm looking at my second vice president and Ogalanza because I would surely look at it twice. I won't just gloss over it. I would surely look at it. So in conclusion, property management remains the heartbeat of estate surveying and valuation practice. Valuation determines what a property is worth, but management determines what it actually becomes in future. For women in the profession, it represents a pathway to financial independence, a platform for professional relevance and leadership, a critical role in shaping sustainable development and long-term impact on the property. I would end with this. As estate surveyors and valuers, we are not just managing buildings, we are managing wealth, we are managing people and the future of our cities. And as women, we must not only participate, we must lead with competence, we must lead with integrity, and we must lead with a vision. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Estate Surveyor Dr. Ete Mende, FNI LDS, MNI. Thank you so much. That was so engaging and robust, right? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you. The next speaker will be taking us on property valuation as an estate surveyor and valuer. The citation will be taken by estate surveyor and Chiamaka Ekenyam. Please let me welcome our speaker, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Perpetua Ohama, the principal partner of Perpetua Ohama and Consulting, and the citation will be taken by our own treasurer, Abuja Women Wing. Please clap for her.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, taking the citation for our third speaker, ESV Perpetua Ohama. ESV Perpetua Ohama is the first child of Ezine Cyprian and Mrs. Victoria Elono from Ogwa and Mbitolu local government of Imo State. That's apparently my state. So I'm privileged to take her recitation. She had her early childhood education in Aba and later went on to Federal Government Girls College, Owerri, and the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where she obtained the West African School certificate and BSc, honors in estate management, respectively. She later obtained a Master of Business Administration, MBA, from the University of Abuja, and she also has a diploma from London School of Economics. I think she needs it. Let's clap for her now. It's not easy. Okay, so she's currently has a PhD in view. Mommy, I want to be like you. Thank God I'm learning. Yes, the Perpetua Ohama started her primary service as a people estate surveyor and valuer in the Department of Public Building, Federal Capital Development Authority, FCDA, Abuja. You have chopped money. So she had a wonderful career spanning over a period of 35 years working. Wow. In different capacity, in different departments, including the Department of Development Control, where she headed the valuation unit as Chief Estate Surveyor. She was later posted to the Department of Facility Management and Maintenance, where she rose to the position of Deputy Director, Estate Services. Wow. Well done, ma. In 2016, she was redeployed to the Department of Resettlement and Compensation as Deputy Director, Planning and Resettlement. And in 2019, she was appointed as the Director, Resettlement and Compensation, a position that she worked so hard and achieved great success, overcoming the stereotype of women working with traditional rulers seamlessly. She retired in January 2023 and thereafter started her company, PN Ohama Consulting, a firm of estate surveyors and valuers and real estate developers. And to the glory of God, the firm is doing wonderfully well. Yes, the Perpetua Ohama is a registered estate surveyor and valuer who has won many accolades in this profession and elsewhere, including the Fortune Evie Prize 1999, set aside for the best qualifying associate member of the Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers in any given year. She is a fellow of this prestigious Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, FNIVS, and also a fellow of Chartered Institution of Administrators, FCIA. Please let's clap for our mommy. ESV Perpetua Ohama is very intentional about helping young people and living her life as a Christian. She is happily married to Dr. Lawrence Ohama, and they have 4 beautiful children who are doing well in their different endeavors. Please join me in welcoming our third speaker, our mommy. ESV Perpetua Ohama to the podium.
Good evening, distinguished colleagues. I'm going to stand on the already established protocol because time is far gone. Please, national executives, please pardon me. My name is Niesv Perpetual Hammer, FNIFBS, and I'm honored to speak on property valuation as an estate surveyor. The topic is central to our profession and increasingly important in Nigeria's evolving real estate market. Introduction. Core function of estate surveying practice: objective assessment of property value, supports real estate decision-making, critical in emerging economies like Nigeria. Abuja as a planned city with structured district influencing valuation accuracy. Property valuation is at the heart of what we do as estate surveyors. It provides a professional and unbiased estimate of value, which supports decisions by investors, banks, government, and individuals. In Nigeria, where markets can be imperfect, valuation becomes even more essential. If you're an estate surveyor in practice, you should know that this is your core competence. This is what, like a first-line job that you need to do. With due respect to those who want to become auctioneers, those who want to do other areas, no matter what you are doing, you must know your valuation. You must know how to value a simple property, whether it's for sale, for renting, for government decisions, whatever. Valuation is the core competence of every estate surveyor. And if you have not taken time to learn it, today is a good day to start. You know, in the university, many people graduate without really understanding what valuation is all about. Honestly, I think by the time I graduated, difficult as University of Nigeria was, I wasn't very sure I understood the different methods of valuation and how to, when you're hearing ROI, you're hearing this. Sometimes they sound to you like, you know how art students react when they hear mathematics? Immediately, I live with somebody in my house. Yesterday, he was in my office. He's an arts person, he's in the university. As soon as I gave him, I had a tenant, we were doing so many things in the office. So I told him, I said, calculate agency fee, calculate this. Immediately, his head started aching him. As soon as he heard calculate, his head started aching him. That's how a lot of us look at valuation, but it's not that difficult. If you are interested in it, it will be interested in you. And as an estate surveyor, you must make out time to understand the principles of valuation, the methods, how it can impact on you as a person, as a professional. And not needless to talk about the fact that you're a lady, it is your core competence. It is an area where you can excel. It is an area where you have serious advantage over other people. I don't want to mention who they are, but I know, but I know ladies have a lot of advantage as far as valuation is concerned. So let us try to make the best out of it. This lecture is not really to teach you valuation. It is just to help you run through it, excite some enzymes in you that will make you begin to think that, okay, I can do this. And then as a lady, you can begin to venture into that realm. And then you see how easy it is and how you can make something out of it. Definition of property valuation. It is a process of estimating economic value of real estate conducted by qualified professionals based on recognized standards. There are three arms of it. One, the value has to be economic because, of course, you know there are many types of value, like social value. The house in my village has more social value than economic value. I know my children used to ask their father, why do we have this kind of house in the village and we're living in a smaller apartment in Abuja? But that is because the father doesn't want to be treated as if he didn't succeed. And so that one, the social value is more important to him than the economic value. Who is renting house in Ipagala? What do we need? It? In short, when we are going there to stay, we go with security. So you see, but we have to build it. So we are talking now in our profession about economic value of real property, of real estate. And it has to be conducted by qualified professionals. You know, anybody can tell you this is the value of this place. But when we are talking of real work, something that the courts can use, something like the banks can use, something like real serious investors can rely on. And it has to be based on recognized standards. You can't stand value a property that you're supposed to use residual value. You can use open market value. That is nonsense. I mean, if you take it to the bank, they're going to throw it away. You have only wasted their time. So you need to know the different types of property, the different types of methods attached to each one, so that when you do your valuation, it is useful. Valuation is not guesswork. It is a structured and regulated process. In Nigeria, only registered estate surveyors and valuers are legally permitted to carry out valuation for official purposes. It must follow accepted professional standards. Those standards are given to us by Niesv and Niesv. So it will be nice if you have never really looked at those documents. When you go home today, search for them, look at them, you will see the guidelines for our valuation process. The role of the estate surveyor and valuer. 1, property inspection. 2, market research, data analysis, application of valuation methods, reporting. When people go to site, they are always in a hurry, take data and run away. No. If you want the evaluation to have meaning, to matter where it should matter, there are certain things you must do when you get to site. You must take photographs of the environment where you are going to, just do like a scan. Yeah, like this, of the area. Before you even get to the house that you want to value. Then you take the photograph of that house, front, side. Those of you who did technical drawing here will know. You know, in that technical drawing, you say, symmetric drawing, this angle, that angle, so that even without going there, somebody reading your valuation report can assume what is seen as if it's there. And that is one of the advantages of ladies over men. You know, every woman, anywhere you reach now, chakam. So taking photograph is not a problem for ladies. So it's not only selfie. If you have taken 10 selfies in a week, you have tried. Take the photograph of where you have gone to inspect. Don't go and stand because my time you begin to take photograph of yourself in front of the house. You are not part of the value of that house. Yes. They are not part of the value, except if you are for sale and then you can add yourself to that report. Take measurements, accurate measurements. And for those of us who wear high heel to site, is a non-starter. You don't do that. Because sometimes you get to some sites, the terrain is so uneven, very undulating land, very marshy place. Sometimes even when you wear real tight shoes, you can't even how will your clients look at you. You see, these are some of the things that ladies do that the clients will just say, this one is not serious for us. I remember when I started working newly, every day I would just wear to match. No play. One day my director called me. He said, Madam, what did you read? I said, it's estate management, sir. He said, which department are you in? I said, public buildings, sir. They say, and you're dressing like this. You're wearing high heel, coming to work. You better go and buy the correct shoes and go and buy jeans. Be ready for this work. For now, you are not ready for this work. I said, sir, no, I can go to any side. I said, I'm just telling you. You can't follow me to side like this. Better go and prepare yourself. Then we had directors that were ready to mentor you. They were not afraid of you. They will tell you what they need to tell you and you will learn. Nowadays, when you tell some of our younger people that now, they will go out and say, is it your business? But at that time, we didn't used to say that. We used to obey rules and regulations. So when you finish your property inspection, you also want to see the title of the property you are valuing. Because in that same property, if that property has a C of O, the value will be different from when it has some auctions values that have not been authenticated. No, on a serious note, if for instance that property has area council document, it cannot be the same as a document with C of O. You need to see that C of O, you need to take photograph of it front and back, you need to document that. Because if you do valuation for a bank, for instance, and they ask you what's the time, say, oh, sorry, I forgot, I didn't ask them. Honestly, that bank will not give you another job. So you go and do your market research. Then you do your data analysis. Because when you finish collecting your data, you now do comparable, where it is applicable, where it's not, you know the method you want to use. Then you do application for valuation method. You know the method you want to use for that particular valuation. Then reporting and advisory. I'm sure most of you know how to write the report, so no need of wasting time on that. Our role goes beyond assigning numbers. We inspect, we analyze, we interpret, and advise. Clients rely on us for credible opinions, whether for investment, lending, or legal matters. Therefore, if you mislead somebody that is trusting you and believing in your valuation, it is not proper. You can be sanctioned for that. And ESVA bonds, if they are up to it, they will do that. Okay. Importance of property valuation. We do property valuation for loan and mortgage security. Before you can get a loan, they will require an estate surveyor to value your property so that they will know what they're up against. If their property is supposed to be worth a certain amount, then they will take a percentage of it and then give you loan. So it's very important for us to know how to do the different types of valuation, because valuation for mortgage is different from valuation for insurance. For instance, in insurance, you won't value the land, you will only value the building. Because if there's fire, for instance, the land will not burn, but the building can burn. But in mortgage, you value everything. Just to give you a little example. For investment decisions, people are abroad, they want to buy property. They don't know anywhere in Abuja. Somebody will contact you. And let me tell you something. You know, reputation, we don't take it serious. But indeed, their reputation is something you should never play with. As a lady, don't ever, under any circumstance, play with your integrity or your reputation. Because that reputation will take you far. It can also bring you down. Without your contributing, you just be on your own. Somebody say, oh, that lady, she's very active. She can do this. She can handle this. Give her that job. Another person will call them. They say, oh, that one. 3 weeks today, you didn't see that valuation report. You didn't do the person anything. But that's the way they perceive you. It's exception. So as a lady in a noble profession, please don't allow your integrity to be questionable. Don't allow people to feel that you are not serious in this work. Be as serious as you can. And I'm telling you this from experience, because I worked in government sector for 35 years in areas that are male dominated, because in all the land related practices, all the built environment are mostly men, women. So if you are not serious, honestly, nobody will even allow you to go and occupy any serious position. You know? And all this one people talk about, intimidating me, my boss is chasing me. So maybe it's true. Then me, as an individual, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Because anyway, people used to say I was too serious. So they didn't waste their time to invest their money in the wrong place. I wasn't also looking for them. So investment decision, taxation, taxation is the new in thing for this year. We don't know whether it will stand or it will fail. We don't know which one we're praying for as estate surveyors. But initially, I thought that was the topic they gave me, so I did a little bit of it before I realized that I was on the wrong list. So taxation is also something that for those of us who can branch into it, we also give you some money because your clients will like to know what they gain or what they lose as far as tax is concerned as you do the evaluation. Then for insurance purposes, it's needed. For compensation, there are people who are gurus of compensation here. I can see one of them there. Irene, please wave at us so we can ask you questions if we need to. So mostly for government purposes, when government wants to acquire anywhere, it must do valuation. Whether it's bare land or whether there are buildings or any other infrastructure, government must value it to know the compensation they will pay the people that are involved. And in this, it's the same method of go to site, take pictures, do documentation, whatever, take measurement. And for those of you who cannot bend very well, when you are doing measurement, you know how you come and put tape here. And when you get up, the waist is complaining for the next 10 minutes. No problem. There are tapes that you can stand here now and just point, pack them. It will give you the measurement to that place. And if you turn like this, it will give you. If you turn like that, it will give you. I learned it from my architect on site, so I find it easy to use. Don't go and say, these new things they're using, I don't trust them. Do you trust yourself? Even that tape you are holding, the person holding it at the other end, do you trust the person? Please use modern technology where it is available to you. And some of them are not expensive. You go to site, you don't know how to use their phone to do Google things. And you are an estate surveyor in 2026. Do you think you graduated with me? When we graduated, we used to see computer through the window. No, jokes apart. I never saw a laptop until I must have been a senior officer before I saw laptop. Because in school we didn't know, I don't think there were any laptops that time. Even the computer itself, it's only computer science students I used to see it. We didn't used to touch it. They used to just point, that's computer there. So now it's not the same thing. Now, some computers are as small as this, and they do everything. This iPhone can do so much. It can take photographs that can earn you a lot of money. Use it. Don't stop doing only selfie with phone. There are so many things your phone can do for you. Please use them. Then for financial reporting, I think the institution or the array of people here, they should please help us. We have been fighting to see if we can get the government to recognize people who can do valuation for certain things, including assets declaration and all those things. We are hoping one day we'll get it through. And by the time it's through, if you are not versed in this job, valuation, you will miss out. So I encourage everybody to do that. In Nigeria, banks depend heavily on valuation reports before granting loans. Government uses valuation for compensation under the Land Use Act. Without proper valuation, there is risk of financial loss or dispute. Context of property valuation in Nigeria. They are regulated by Niesv and Niesv, guided by the Land Use Act. Title issues affect value. I said it before. I don't often mention government concept, governance concept, because this is where I practiced all my life. And I'm still looking for the first one. I don't know whether it will come to pass. So, but in states where the governor has to do this, if you don't have that consent, it shares the value. If you have it, it helps to up it. If you don't have C of O now in Abuja, you're taking a risk. One day, some people will just see some small boys parading about, they are checking. Then they will go to ages and check. You don't have C of O. They will go and tell somebody, and this land has no C of O. The next thing you will see, revoked. So if you have any land that you have not paid C of O, please, my dear sisters, try and go and pay. before somebody will take it away from you. Then we have market data imitation. That one again, our expo here will help us. Let us build a data bank. People can freely give information to the institution. If you sell 5 properties in a month or in a year, you can give this information to the institution so that we have a correct bank. That is part of the reason why most of our valuations are more social than sense, because the data is not there. We need to work hard to have a more profitable database. Types of property value. We have market value, investment value, for sale value, insurance value, rental value. These are the major ones that we look at. Different situations require different types of value. For example, for sale value is often required by banks, while market value is the most common standard used in open market transactions. Somebody who wants to buy a property is not interested in for sale, is interested in what the real value in the market will be. So the method you use to value is different from a bank that knows that when you default, they need to sell it sharp. Auctioneer, just put it together anyhow, any which way, and their property is gone. So those are the reasons. Factors affecting property value. Location. For commercial property, the first factor that affects property value is location. The second one is location. The third one is location. It is only when you have marked 1, 2, 3, you begin to look at other things. For instance, anywhere you like in this Abuja, let that property be inside my Tama. The value will be higher than the property in Gariki. Anyhow, if 500 square meters in my Tama is worth more than 1 hectare in some areas. I'm sure most of you know that. So location is very important. And there are reasons why that is. We'll get to that as we go on. Infrastructure and accessibility will affect property value. You will see that in our platform, when advertising, they will say it's on a third road, or it's all the roads around it are third. It's because they're trying to tell you that it is accessible and there are infrastructure. Because you see, when the roads in Abuja are third, it's not only that road you are seeing, no, there are so many things underneath it. There are cables for different purposes, water lines, sewage lines. So when somebody is talking about roads that are accessible or third roads, it's not just about that hotel that you're seeing. All those infrastructure that are underneath them. If you go to where the roads are not third, they are not there. So if you are building a house there, you have to look a biodigester for your sewage, you have to do borehole for your water, you have to do solar for electricity, and so on and so forth. All those things affect the value of that property, whether you like it or not. Economic conditions, when the nation is a bit like it is now, you can see that the property market is a bit wobbly. But once they begin to pay local contractors and all that, market will begin to bounce back again. Demand and supply. Whatever has value must have demand, must have supply. And that is why when there's scarcity, the value will go up. Because where the curve of demand will meet supply will be very high. But if land plenty, meanwhile no demand, the value must drop. But in Abuja, the value hardly ever drops. There are also legal issues affecting property value. You know, when you go around now, you will see this land is in the court, this land is in the court. There are some people, even in your village, if you ask well, there are some people who will ask, is there any problem on this land? If you say yes, it's supposed to be 10,000, Abi. Now there's problem. Sell it to me at 3,000. Don't worry about how I manage my life. So there are people like that, but there are others who don't want to touch any problem line because really it can bring you a lot of problems. In short, including your life can be at stake in some instances, especially in the village. In Nigeria, location is extremely influential. For instance, properties in Maitama or Lekki command significantly higher value Title issues such as lack of governance concept can drastically reduce value. Valuation principles. What are those things that affect the principles? Supply and demand, substitution, highest and best use, anticipation. I know a lot of us know these things. I've already mentioned supply and demand. Substitution is what can you get in place of this? If you know that you can get a property here for 200 million, and there's another place you can get that same property for 150, and that place is also good, you go and take that one. Now, what's the problem? And highest and best use, very easy to understand. Anticipation. Some properties are bought in anticipation of probable things that will be done. You know, like last year, there was this anticipation that government was going to do road infrastructure in Maitama A10. The prices went up. There were so many of the people were buying, looking for my A10. Some of those prices have dropped now. And because what they anticipated did not come to pass. But you can, so if you do evaluation and you have taken anticipation into consideration, you must state it there clearly that this value is based on so and so, so and so. You are expecting infrastructure in this region, so you expect the value to go up in the next few months. If you don't put that, and for instance, it doesn't happen, the evaluation will become faulty. So methods of valuation: comparative method, cost method, income capitalization, residual method, profit method. Comparative method, we all know, based on similar property sales around where you are. And when you are telling a bank about a comparative method, please give them the data of those properties you are referring to. Don't go to Gigi and snap something there and put, they don't want to see that. So common in residential valuation requires reliable data. Income capitalization used for income generating properties. Land value, cost method, land value plus building cost, less depreciation because the building is already existing. Therefore, if you are costing it as of today, you must remove the fact that it's old, and then you know what to do. Abuja case land values. This was as at 2025. So you can see generally if you want to use any method that requires maybe capitalization or whatever, use this. But this 2026, I guess that some will change depending on what government does. Example, valuation report. You need to state the name of the person that gave you the job, the instruction you were given, the type of property, the purpose for the valuation, opinion of value, valuation method used. Then state clearly if there were things you didn't see. For instance, you didn't see the CFO because they couldn't give you. State it there that you didn't see it because you asked and they didn't give you. If you don't state it and they find out later that property has a problem and doesn't have a CFO, it shows that you don't know what you're doing. And the banks will not smile at you. They will not give you another job. So when you finish, you sign out, write their firm's name. Challenges in Nigeria: lack of reliable market data, because sometimes people don't want to say what they sold or what they bought. Poor record systems, economic instability, client pressure. Sometimes the client will tell you, please do valuation for me. You tell him this property is worth 100 million. Say, are you the owner of the property? I beg, write 250 million. Some people will do that. They will succumb to pressure, but know that you are playing with your steel. Because one day be one day, until you go market, no go return. When there is a problem, an ESBA bond catches you. You cannot tell ESBA bond that it was my client that told me to write 250 for a property that is 100 million. You can be doing it and getting away. The day they will catch you, and I say, lady, you don't want that. You don't want to spoil their name. Instead, let them go. You get other ones. Regulatory gaps, data capacity, inflation, all these things, emerging trends, digital valuation tools, GIS technology, data analysis, green building. All this, that's why I said before that you need to equip yourself with technology so that what you are doing today will meet up with international standards. Don't go and carry papers. This there may be tape that has got into places that you join to go to site. No. And even as an estate surveyor, if you go to site with this correct things, I can't be looking at you with another kind of eye. If it's pricing, you will not come and tell it to pay 40,000. When you give me a bill of 500,000, you will pay me. But when I carry job, I go, this, and you see, I'm not serious now. What did you invest that is going to pay you for? Professional ethics, integrity, I mentioned it before, objectivity, confidentiality, compliance with standards. You don't do valuation for somebody, you don't be. The person will be hearing the news all over the place. You sold land for somebody, they are carrying the matter all over the place. No, valuation is not for general market. It's for the person who has given you that job to do. Ethics is the backbone of valuation. Without integrity, valuation reports lose credibility. We must uphold the standards of profession. Very important. Women in valuation practice. Increasing participation, leadership roles, opportunities, skill specialization, industry impact, consultancy, ownership, work-life balance. The bottom line, my sister Ethel mentioned what you need to do as a female estate surveyor. I know this wasn't part of what I was giving to do, but I feel I need to mention it too. That as an estate surveyor, female estate surveyor, you see, this is a profession that females are just coming into. We must show something extra. We must tell people why we are better than those who were there before us. So if you don't have capacity, if you don't have competence, you don't have the knowledge, honestly, you will not go far. You will not go far. You need to update yourself academically, read, whatever, to make sure that you know what you're doing, so that when a client asks you questions, off your head, you will be able to. And then work-life balance. Many women today can do a lot of things. Okonjo-Iweala is a married woman now. So don't say, I need to do school, or you're not the only one. You need to know how to manage your time. The ones you cannot do, get help. Stop suspecting every girl that comes to your house that she's going to sleep with your husband. Your husband is not a dog. It's true now. If you want to succeed, you cannot any time your husband looks at a girl. It's only natural that he can look at a girl. It's every girl that you bring. Look for somebody to help you. Your relation, husband's relation, house help. If not, you're going to work yourself to death. Yes, now, because I've been there. I've retired 85 years now. Please, help yourself. Oh. Don't kill yourself. When you cannot cook, say caterer to cook and bring for you. Don't have been sitting here with more because what you think. Valuation is central to practice. Define skill and ethics. Continuous learning is key. Just before I say thank you, I want to say that in case you don't know, valuation, a lot of people like to use women. Banks feel that women are more thorough. Like somebody gave an example of people that want to buy cars that women use. That's true. You will see that they don't have practice. Banks feel that women do better valuation reports. And where you have like Muslim homes, the men feel more comfortable if a lady coming to do valuation inside their houses. So if you are up here, up north, you will have a lot of jobs doing because you are a female. There are so many things, and above all, be mindful of who you are. Don't dress anyhow and go to a man's house. Because from day one, the wife is already looking at you as this one no can work. He came to you for man. And she's not going to allow you to come another day to complete that work. So please respect yourself, dress well, speak well, empower yourselves, have the capacity and capabilities, and the sky will be a limit by the grace of God.
Thank you so much. Made valuation so simple. We'd like to break all the protocol here. We'll be inviting Niesv Lancer to the podium. Please help me to welcome our Assistant National Secretary, Niesv Lancer, a fellow of the Nigeria Institute, and also a great Oshonia. I've been to his auctions twice or so, and it's so interesting. Welcome.
Let me turn on the existing protocols. I'll be very brief because I have a meeting somewhere. So I want to just pass a message before I leave. So far, I've been happy with what has been happening at the women's wing here. Starting from when I inaugurated this women's wing, when I was chairman, I made a promise, and I always keep to my promise. You know, my title name is Ekweme. One. It means talk and do. And I'm pleased, the growth at which the women's wing has been growing has been tremendous. And I appreciate that. Based on this, I'll continue to support, and I'll always support. Please call me anytime you need me. I'll be here for you. I'll be giving a token of 500,000 and
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We are really blessed, a branch, because we have the support of the male. And I hope that with what we are doing today, will be the best in the field, like they've all told us to go, because they have our support. Thank you so much, sir. Toknadu Ekweme the one, and our Assistant National Secretary. We are really grateful for that gift, and it will go a long way to empower the women. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's very good. So let's now welcome the fifth and the last speaker. Is it the fourth speaker? Okay. Let's now welcome the fourth speaker. ESV. Sorry for that. My apologies. Let's now welcome the fourth speaker. ESV Mary Olaeri, the principal partner, Mary Olaeri Consulting. But before she comes to the podium, before she comes to the podium, we will now invite ESV Amina Badamasi for her citation. Amina Badamasi, please.
Standing on the existing protocol. Good evening, everybody. ESV Mary Olayeri, MNIVS, RSV, MCAI, Principal Partner. She is the Principal Partner of Mary Olayeri Consulting with over 15 years of diverse experience across all facets of real estate practice. Mary is fast-driven individual who enjoys working in fast-paced. Mary is a performance-driven individual who enjoys working in fast-paced and challenging environment. Is that okay? No. All right, though. She was appointed head of business development and deputy general manager of Ayeye & Co. in 2010, with the responsibilities of coordinating the head office and 5 other branches. Her major assignment centers on the development of the new Ayeye & Co. branches, the 5-year organization structuring and expansion program. Her responsibilities, among others, involve mainly business development activities. Coming to Ayeye & Co. as a business development executive was a statement for this go-getter, lady who enjoys giving herself a task beyond the official briefs, all in the bid to ensure success for her decks and the organization as a whole. For an individual whose only passion is engraved in one word, accomplishment, her dual designation as head in business development and Deputy General Manager in the organization speaks volumes of her disposition to meet and surpass targets, even under a very challenging terrain. This commitment earned her elevation to the position of Executive Director at her previous firm. Mary obtained her higher national diploma in estate management from Federal Polytechnic Nasarawa State. In pursuit of her professional development, she became an associate member of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. She is an associate member of the Estate Surveyors and Valuers Board of Nigeria, ESVABON. Also an associate of the Institute of Corporate Administrative of Nigeria, MCAI. Additionally, she obtained her postgraduate diploma in education, PGD, and a Master of Science, Master in Science, degree in Environmental Resource Management from Nasarawa State University, Kefi. I experienced various valuation assignments for both public and private clients, as well as property management, rating assessment, feasibility and viability appraisal, estate agency, property valuation, estate management, property consultancy, facility management, and real estate, investment advisory, among others. Please welcome our noble sis, Mary, Niesv Mary Elayowo.
Good evening, everyone. All protocol duly observed. And what I'm meant to speak on this evening is agency in the real estate profession. And also to hint on the dynamics of agency in the real estate sector. Introduction. Agency is a legal relationship where one party, that's the agent, acts on behalf of another principal in real estate transactions. Agency is one of the most important aspects of real estate practice. It is a relationship which one party acts on behalf of another in property transaction in Nigeria. Agency play a vital role in property sales, letting management, and valuation. The real estate sector, based on the women wing, is a dynamic due to rapid urbanization, increased technology, changes, and involving government policy. Professional agency help bridge the gap between property owner and buyers or tenants. This other slide to talk about the definition of agency. So let's move to the key parties in agency, where we have the principal, we have the agent, it could be an estate surveyor or a realtor. Then the third party, the buyer or the tenant. Then we move to the types of agency in real estate. Next slide. We have the sole agency that's a particular firm be appointed as a sole agent. Then where we have the multiple agency is where one or two or three agencies coming together to market a particular property. Then sub-agency is where a sole agent or multiple agent have another employ another agent for them to appoint another agent to assist them in the area. Then where we have dual agency is an agent representing other parties as well. Next slide. The functions. The function of an agent. The function of an agent, one is property marketing. If we look at the area of the property marketing, then in 2010, it's far different from what we are seeing now in 2026. Like if you want to move, if you want to have a paced move on this property marketing, the Google ad, the website, most of them is that you pay your subscription. Then we have other social media handles which one come out, or you have to talk about what you have or what you want to sell by showcasing or marketing your own property. Then property marketing also is another thing that is a strategic promotion for us in the real estate sector, most especially women. We women, we have the upper edge in this real estate agency, because where a woman go to and a man go to, first they attend to we women first. Then because our physique and also our presentation is far different from what a man will be able to do. So in the agency market, we women, we have the upper edge. Then when we come to the negotiation aspect again, it's a bargaining process for us, because we act on behalf of the tenant, we have on behalf of the client, and also on behalf of the owner of the property, and who either the person is buying or either it is renting. So the bargaining process is a strategic dialogue between two people. So our duties is for us to represent our own buyer or seller in either ways. Then we have the advisory services. The advisory service. Yeah, our duty is for us to do what? Advise our clients on the market trend, because there's a lot of lapses, mostly, especially, let me just divert small to the property management. A lot of some of these properties that maybe somebody has been managing a property for the past 3, 4, or 5 years, you are still collecting the same rent. Why you know that, yes, it is your duty as a woman, or is your duty as a professional estate surveyor and valuer to advise your client, to tell him that, okay, sir, let me offer this professional advice to you, sir. Sir, this is your property. I think what we need to do, let's upgrade it. Because some of these properties, some of them that you have been managing for 5 or 6 years, there's already obsolescence in the property. So it's for you, when you advise your client and there's a push-up or there's a facelift on the property, we'll be able to match the standard of what is being obtainable today. Then documentation. Documentation is very key, because it's a process of what? Of where we have to do what? Keep every document, every record. But mostly with the trend we have now, we go mostly on digital than the analog way we have been going to, keeping of files, dragging of files. So all these things have to be digital materials, because, and why documentation is very important is for us to keep what? Proof, and also we have evidence in case of incasity, maybe if there should be anything legal that can, maybe anything that can trigger any legal action. So this document will serve as an evidence or as or an appendix, depending on what you are filing for. The next slide. The duties of an agent. As an agent, you own your client and even yourself. Loyalty. You own your client. You own yourself. What? Confidentiality. Anything that is being discussed between you and your client, or between you and a prospective, it should be between both of you. Not to bring it to social media, or to now be talking indirectly, to be saying that, okay, you know, there's how, like I saw a particular somebody, the person was indirectly talking to her boss and she put it on social media. When I just saw it, I just laughed. I said, but this is not nice. So that's where confidentiality comes in, especially in our profession. We have to keep some records very we have to be confident with our talks and even our discussion. Then accountability. Where accountability comes in as a duty of an agent, you are managing a property, or somebody or your prospective client or one of your clients has given you the authority for you to stand on my behalf. So anything that happened there monetarily, most especially, you have to give that person the breakdown to the lowest cover. Then transparency. Every document that has been signed, none should be hidden. Everything should be what? To be transparent, so that that client will be able to do what? To further trust you and to further work with you. And also, you will serve as a referral to others as well. Then right of an agent. The right of an agent, after you have worked, you have conclude transaction. The most important thing that will even make your mind to be pool, and also for you to be able to gear up to work in the next one is for you to earn your commission. And in earning your commission is to get your fee as an agent for a business concluded. Then indemnity. Indemnity is what is a contractual agreement or legal protection where one party agrees to compensate another for specific losses. That is indemnity. Then remuneration. Remuneration is the total compensation used on behalf of a client. Some clients might not, they might be far away. Instead of that's why we have our mobile phones. We have some things that quickly we'll be able to talk. And being that there's that confidentiality between you and your client, it will give you the sole authority or the to tell you that go ahead. So whatever you have spent, it will reimburse you back. That is where the area of remuneration comes in. Then the challenges we have in agency, conflict of interest, where as an agent you are out there, you are trying to conclude a transaction. You know, some agents will not show up until when payment is made or when already the payment. You will not see chain of agents. So from there, somebody from nowhere, if you say I'm the one that brought this one, I'm the one, before you know, there will be problem. In fact, if you are not careful, you will develop high blood pressure because the money you want to collect, you have already calculated it to say this is my own fee, not knowing that somebody is there, he wants to drag part of it from you. Then lack of transparency as well, then legal dispute. Because all these things there are challenges in an agency because when there's no proper documentation, definitely there will be legal dispute because some people will buy property and when there's no proper documentation, you know, in the area of registration, maybe going to ages or doing some, you know, some people, because normally you will see some property for sale, you will see the CFO, you will not see RFO. And without the RFO, you cannot get the CFO. So in the process, even in ages, I've experiences where a particular woman, she has been abroad for over, I think, 20 years thereabout. She has a land, the CFO is with her, but another person has used the RFO to get that property. I was like, this I was looking because I came for a search. And she was telling me that was my advice. I said, my advice is for you to go and meet the director of land. Simple. So then the marketing competitions. We have a lot of, in the area of marketing competitions, where we have challenges mostly is these quacks that they are there. Because now everybody is an agent. A megad is the agent. Engineer is an agent. Even the brother, the son to the landlord is an agent. So we have a lot of challenges in that area. So that is why we as a professional, we need to beef up and also prove ourselves that yes, we are professionals. So we need to, in some ways, and also in showcasing ourselves. To even when you are speaking to a prospective, you know, there's sometimes you will use the person who wants to listen to you, so that it will differentiate you from a security guard. It will differentiate you from an engineer as well. Then dynamics of agency in Nigeria, in the real estate sector, increasing urbanization. Cities like Abuja, for example, Lagos, and even Port Harcourt, and even Kano itself. Kano, we know that it's like a business place that you buy and sell and go. But like you see Abuja here now, this is the where the capital, this is the seat of power, where if you look at with this present government, the influx of people from Lagos. So if you look at the rent that was last year rent is different from this year rent, and you can see that this is where the area that in the area that where we have population growth and the increase in demand for housing and what estate agency, then technology and digital transformation. Property marketing has shifted from newspaper, like what we used to have in 2010, 2011. We used to have Orbiter, we used to have OLX. For those that Blade is here, she can testify to it. That time Orbiter will come. By Friday, he will be moving around from one firm to the other. Bring your adverts, but now it's no longer like that. I don't think maybe Orbiter is still in vogue. So we have shifted from newspaper. And we have shifted from newspaper to all these Google ads, all these, you know, there's some website that you pay over even #1 million for you to be visible in the property market and even visible to people. That's why you see that even in the area of this developer, we have developers, but developers are more than developers. Like, for example, you can never see cross group, bringing marketers standing on the road, printing paper and say they are sharing. No, you can never see urban shelter doing that. You can never see Bila do that. But these upcoming and those people that they are yet to have focus, you will see them disturbing people on the road. Inside your car, you have more than 15 papers from different everybody. Once you have 1 hectare of land, you are a developer in Abuja. So the area now, we as an estate surveyor, we are coming in like me. If somebody comes to tell me that I want to buy a plot of land, I'll first of all ask him, from which developer? If you guys say, I beg, I don't know Amo. I say, please buy from somebody that, yes, if there's an issue, I will tell you that, because if you go to court now, with a lot of cases from developers, because developer will tell you that, okay, within the space of 1 year, I will build it. 3 years, they will not even do lintel, not to talk of they are building a property. So changing agency and practice significant. Then legal and regulatory framework. Agency practice is regulated by bodies like Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuer, and also our SVABON as well. And we have to ensure professionalism and what? Ethics. Because if, for example, we don't have our ethics, all of us, or a lot of us, will be doing what we like. But we thank God that we have a regulatory body that checkmates what we do. And in area where there is an issue, the particular person or the firm will be called to order. Then competitive and market pressure. The influx of unqualified agents creates unhealthy competition and affect professional standards. Then the 5th one is client expectation. Modern clients demand transparency, speed, accurate market information, and professional advice. In this area, I've explained it. I just want to touch a little bit, because some of these clients, they will give you property. That's in the area of maybe you are a sole agent, in particular, because that's why it's good to keep documents. Some particular land, or maybe it depends on the level or how big the property is. If we say, okay, I'm giving you 3 months or 4 months, sell this property. If you're unable to sell, that means I'm giving another person. So in that area, that is why some people, that's why as a body, as a professional, I get property. I call Madam Esther. I call this person, oh yeah, let's market. So in that area, this is what we call teamwork. So the market information is very key as well. Then challenges of agency practice in Nigeria. Fraudulent agents, like the quacks. This normally happen in the area of letting. And this thing, I don't know, is really happening because, and some people knows about it and they just keep quiet. Let me cite an example. A client is coming to rent a property, 20%. And the agent outside, he will collect from that your percentage, and already is collecting again from that same person. When there is issue now, that is when the client will now be opening up. I gave you 20%, I gave that one 10%. I say, is it my business? When you are giving him the dino, so you know already the person, it has registered in his mind that something is wrong somewhere. That is why we have to do every necessary means for us to be able to secure our property. That's why I like some particular firms. You will see it written in their office, no external agents. Then, yes, of course, there are multiple agency disputes, which I talked about earlier on, where we have chain of agents and unknown agents that we appear on the day of payment. The high agency fee dispute, which I spoke about, that's concerning the collecting of rent that is much. Yes. Then issue between clients and agents, then solution to improve agency practice. Challenges of agency practice in Nigeria, and also affecting the strengthening professional regulation involves enhancing an analog, enhancing the ethical and competence and standard of our body. That's the estate surveyor and valuer. Then adoption of technology, meaning we have moved from analog to digital, because everything we are doing now is we have to digitalize it. Then the continuous professional practice, like example is one of the continuous professional practice that we do in our institution is the MCPD, and the valuation this thing that is coming up 5th of May. 5th of May, that's in some few days' time. So please, like, why I want to even emphasize on this one, this is a continual professional training. The truth is that our profession, we are yet to be known. Because some people, you see, they still ask, what you say you are what? So you see, we need to come out in mass. And I was seeing in our platform, instead of people to be posting their picture to Facebook page, to Instagram, we are posting. Maybe it's me and you that is here. I don't need your picture on this platform. Where we need ourselves, for us to showcase ourselves, is on the social media. So please let us try. And also, the way we came out in mass, please, on the 5th, let us come out again. You know, women, we are very attractive more than the men. Yes, of course. So, public awareness on registered agents, then better legal enforcement. Then in conclusion, the dynamics of agency in Nigerian real estate sector continues to evolve with market demand, technology, and regulation. Professional estate agents remain essential in ensuring smooth, transparent, and secure property transactions. For the record to grow sustainably, professionalism, ethics, and innovation must be prioritized. I want to say a little thing concerning this second vice there, and to help us even as women week and also the institution as well. Like in the area of agencies, I think we need to have like a central data system. That's where, because then when I was in my former company, there's a particular woman, my colleague is here. This same person, one person, is bearing Queen Moses. This same person is bearing Queen Idris. We have a court case with her. This person, I don't want to mention the name of the president then. She has a very connection with him that when we had a court case with her, in fact, till I left, the court case was still on. And the money she was owing is close to 20 million. Why I'm saying this is this. The truth is that if we have a central database, if anybody is coming to say, I want to rent a property, what is your name? You impute the name. If the person is a problematic person, from that database, is already showing a red light to tell you that don't enter where I'm coming out from. Honestly, because there's a lot of issue of, there's some people, there's even another person that he has money, but I don't know what happened, that he's not owning his own property. There's a particular property he stayed in Usetu for over 12 years. And so, you know, those kind of people, because just that, like the people managing it, they are not estate surveyor, but just that they have been in court. And if you see this person, he have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 beds, all of them, but he's staying in a rented apartment in Usetu. Then another thing that I want to talk about, we have it is that if you look at the lawyers, you will see that they have gone far. In fact, when you mention a lawyer, even a child of yesterday know who a lawyer is. But when you say an estate surveyor, you don't know who an estate surveyor is. So we need visibility. And apart in this area of visibility, we need where, you know, we have people that they will never practice, but they study estate management. For example, this guy that sings, Toluwani, he graduated as an estate surveyor and valuer. And the king of Garafu in Nasarawa State, is an estate surveyor and valuer. He can never practice. I know Joda is an actor, he's an estate surveyor, sir. Omotola Jalade, she's an estate surveyor. I think Zach Oji, sir. All these people, we have them. Me, I can give you database, sir. This kind of people, they will never practice. But at least there's how we invite them, that it will portray. You know, all these people already, they are what? They are already well known. So that they are celebrities. So, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mary Olayere. Practical. You know, she's bringing the field experience in. Second Vice President, you already have a working document that you work with. And more is still coming. Now we are at the thing. We are here for what? For tax. The cocoa. This is the real one. We are here for the real thing. So please, I want you to prepare yourself for our guest speaker. Sir, we put you at the last because we want to collect everything. You know, women now, the last time you came, we had a little understanding, but now we want to have all the rudiments. Please take us so that we can understand what this tax entails, how we can position ourselves in it, and how we can glide and also work with it. So we'll be inviting our fifth speaker, Alhaji Abdullahi Suleiman, a tax expert. He was part of those that did the reform. He is our guest of honor. Please, the person that will be taking our session will be a fellow of the institution, ESV Sheyi Oshadare. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Please permit me to adopt the already established protocols. Sir, we apologize so much for keeping you waiting. But you see the hall is full because this is the icing on the cake. This is the cocoa. I'm Oluseyi Oshadare, fellow of the institution, and it's my honor to introduce our special guest of honor at today's capacity building training workshop organized by Niesv Women Wing Abuja branch. Alhaji Abdullahi Suleiman is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria with over 20 years of experience in audit, taxation, banking, and public service. He holds a PhD in accounting, master's degree in banking and finance, and a BSc in accounting and finance. He's a member of several professional bodies. I'll try to list as many as I can. He's a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, associate member, Chartered Institute of Taxation, CITN, associate member, the Institute of Forensic Auditors, USA. He's an associate of the Institute of Internal Auditors. He's also an associate of the Business Recovery and Insolvency Association of Nigeria. He voluntarily retired from the CBN as an assistant director, internal audit, after 15 years of meritorious service. Since 2018, he has been the resident partner at Abdullahi bin Suleiman & Co. Chartered Accountant and the MD of Management and Tax Consultants. He's also a member of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. I think we should clap for him. He's a former lecturer and is a passionate mentor. His expertise spans financial controls, budgeting, audit, and institutional strengthening. I personally had the opportunity to interact with him on tax-related issues after his presentation at our MCPD last year, and I should say, he wasn't just knowledgeable, but was extremely accessible. He offered me clear and efficient guidance. I have no doubt that his paper presentation tonight will be most enlightening and engaging. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me, give a warm applause as we welcome Abdullahi Suleiman, FCA. You're welcome, sir.
Distinguished members, I welcome all of you to this presentation. I'm standing on the existing protocols. Taxation. We have been in this business of taxation for many years. I will try to lead you to some areas specifically that will be of interest to you. But let me quickly draw your attention to the fact that taxation is about law, tax law. It's about tax practice. It's about tax administration. No one can be indebted in tax and it will be forgiven, except perhaps the president approves of that. Even at death, tax must be recovered from the dead. That is the only thing. You cannot go without paying tax, even at that. What you can do is to try as much as possible to manage the issue of tax. And that is just what I'll try to do, to give you some leads, some guides as to how you should go about them. Third slide, fourth, go to the fifth slide. I want to focus on taxation by estate surveyors and valuers and women. Tax law does not mention women. Therefore, you do not have special tax laws for women. However, your practices can turn out to be advantage or a disadvantage. In the old tax law, we used to have some section of the tax laws that are specifically for women. We used to have those ones, but those ones have been removed and everybody is treated as one in the current dispensation. Now, if you go to slide 7, because this particular slide will be given to you. So I will not be going slide by slide. I will only draw your attention to certain things. Now, because you are aspiring to be leaders in this profession, any transaction that you do, so long you derive some gain, you are bound to pay tax. That is a simple principle. What is important under this new tax law is to document, to structure, and arrange your transaction such that you can conveniently deduct all the expenses that relates to the income that you're about to earn. This is very fundamental. Try as much as possible to arrange your documentation such that you can present expenses to be deducted from the incomes or fees or commissions that you earn. This should also be reflected in your bank statement. It should be reflected in your bank statement. Now, this law that we're using now is saying to you that you must be a tax consultant yourself, or at best, engage a tax consultant, because your records and documentation will speak for you. Okay, let's move on. I understand your professional body has some ethics, it has some guidelines, you continue to practice them. The one that relates to tax, I will draw your attention shortly. Now, when it comes to, I know you do investment advisory, like I've understood. You also do feasibility and viability analysis. Some of these things, when you do them, there are some stages that tax are involved. Note them. This paper will also expose some of them to you as we move on. Okay, now let's go to slide 11. This slide is actually identifying the various taxes that are applicable now. You have the Nigerian Tax Act. That one talks about the tax rates, the reliefs, the property provisions, and so on. Then we have the tax administration. I told you that tax is about administration, it's about tax itself, it's about tax law, and so on. Then the third one is Nigerian Revenue Service Act. That particular act is what empowers the tax authority to do their work. How they do this work, they will use that document. So you need to also have that document because it will tell you when they ask you to file a returns or to bring a document or do this, it should be in accordance with what is in that law. Then you have the Joint Revenue Board. That is a body of all the revenue officials all over the country. We are still using a unitary tax system, whereby what happens in FCT happens in Sokoto, happens in Imo State, happens in Lagos. It's all over the same, no discrimination. Now let's look at your own practice and the tax management that you need to do. That is on slide 13. Tax governance. I describe it as tax governance. Now, the time has come that if you are a sole practitioner, you have a firm that you are practicing your profession. Please listen to these few slides that we are going to look at. You need to have either a tax manager or a finance manager, or even say an external tax consultant. You need to have them. You'll be busy looking for money. If you fail to file your returns at the due dates, you'll be paying some penalties. And it's very important that you note this one. So organize a tax governance in your office, in your private office. If you are an employee working in an organization in practice, advise them that it is time that we have, even if it's a desk and a staff who is literate in accounting, in finance, in tax, so that he will be paying attention to what the tax law is saying. This particular tax law we are using now, it is not about paying tax, but it is about not paying tax, not filing returns. That is when many people will fall into a lot of issues. You see, let me tell you, now, this government is only waiting to come the second time. You will see the true color of this tax law we are talking about. Because they don't want to have political issues. So they have played down all those things. You can imagine today, one of my clients, an oil and gas, within 5 minutes, I applied for tax license certificate, I got it. Simple. All those things, they are positioned them to make people happy. So that when you win, when they win your heart and they come back, you will now see the true implementation of these tax laws. This tax law is going to drive a lot of people to be very conscious. Some will be sleepless because it is just about paying the tax that you are supposed to pay or paying penalty for what you failed to do. This is very important. So you need to tax, you need to file your returns, you need to continue to monitor what changes are taking place, you need to identify the tax risk that you have. Then you have to also establish what we call a tax control system, in which case, once it is the end of the month, say 14th, 21st of the following month, or 10th of the following month, or end of a particular period, when tax filing is due, please quickly make it and do the filing. If you fail on that day, you actually be paying some penalties. Now let's go to the next slide. You need to have some accounting records because some of these records are now becoming very important for the taxman to review and check anytime it wants to establish whether the tax you have filed, the revenue you say you earn, whether it is true or wrong, or it is false. So you need to arrange your records properly And that is why you need an accountant to do that for you if you don't know how to do it. I know that you earn what we call valuation fee. I've been hearing speakers talking about valuation. You earn valuation fee, you earn agency commission, you earn management fee, you earn all of these things. Now, this income, please be very careful. Assuming that in a particular valuation that you did, your client decide to pay you some amount of money, which your fee is just inclusive. And this money goes to your bank account straight. The taxman is looking at that money as entirely yours. And it is entirely your revenue on it. But most of the time, I know it's not like that. So it's very important that you structure the agreement for this service, identifying how much the fee will be, and have your record in the office to recognize the revenue that belongs to you. So if the taxman asks you, you bring your bank statement and they see 10 million there, you say, no, this is the agreement. Mine is just 2 million. The other 8 million is something else. Because some of this revenue, they are subject to value-added tax. Value-added tax is different from the income tax that you will pay at the end of the year. So please take notice. And I've tried here to identify those ones that will attract the VAT and the one that will attract the CIT. Now, these are the property, some of the things that you do in your profession. Now, in this new tax law, they have been exempted from VAT. There will be no VAT on residential property sale. You know, before, if you sell, we're talking about VAT and so on. There will be no such tax on it. There will be no tax on VAT on sale of land. There will be no VAT on sale of residential rent. Those rents, I know that you collect rent on behalf of your principal. And when you collect this rent, there will be no VAT on them. No VAT on them. So don't put VAT, don't charge the tenant any VAT on those things. The same thing, commercial rent and supply of eligible buildings. However, your own income attracts VAT. Your agency fee, your commission, your property valuation fees, legal conveyance fees, facility management fees, all of them VAT. Now let me tell you the way VAT works. VAT is a tax that you pay for services or goods that you buy. Anybody paying for a service or paying for some goods is the one that suffers the VAT. Now, I know that in your own case, you are rendering service, right? And it is not you that actually pay those VAT. It is the person to whom you are rendering service to that will pay the VAT. But you will be accounted. You will be accountable for that VAT. That is the issue. You will be accountable for that VAT. So at the time you are submitting your invoice for the service you have done, the amount that you put for the work is separate. The VAT will also be separate. If it is a contractual relationship, then there will be a withholding tax. Withholding tax will be on the amount that is actually due to you. I hope that is clear. So please watch out because, sorry, it's not clear? Okay, withholding tax. It is you who is collecting this money. You get it, will suffer the withholding tax. It is you who is collecting the money, who is rendering the service and collecting money, will suffer the withholding tax. 10% of the amount that you have agreed. If you actually agree on 10 million, you get it, then you pay, sorry, if it is companies, 5%. You get it? Now, the issue, the line issue is the contractual agreement that is leading to this particular withholding tax of the thing. So let us be very clear on this. When you, sorry?
They're charging company and charging personal. Personal income tax and also company.
Yeah, on that amount, right?
Yes.
But the withholding tax is actually an advanced tax. It's not a separate tax. Because when you are rendering your return and you have come up with your final profit and the tax, you deduct that withholding tax you suffered, and you deduct it, and it reduces the amount of tax you want to pay. Yes.
Your companies,
yes.
especially government agencies.
Yes.
Yes, they will still ask you for your personal income tax.
Yes.
When you are company tax, you have to pay for your own name personal income.
Yes, because well, it's not actually because it is not the same. The company is different from the person. Yeah. Okay. Now let's look at the form. Let's look at the form. Are you doing business as an enterprise or a limited liability company?
No,
Business name.
ours is a business name.
Enterprise.
Yes, the business name.
That's enterprise.
Yes,
that's enterprise.
Yeah.
And let's look at enterprise. Now, enterprise is taken as individual. Enterprise is taken as individual. But there are many things that many people don't understand. Every individual has many sources of income. One of the sources of this income is it. You understand? One out of many. You can have house that you are collecting rent. You can have some deposits that you are collecting interest. You can be doing business in market. You're supposed to pay tax on all your global income. So that is why they will be asking you to pay tax as a person in addition to your enterprise. But you see, what happened is that in FCT, last month we held a meeting because we are part of the technical assembly. We have agreed that professionals, of course, because we too are professionals, we say, okay, professionals, what happened is if you bring your business name filing for tax, when we tax you on that, that is end. We will not. It's not because we just feel that, okay, let us assume that is just the only thing you are doing. But come, where the problem is that if at the time you are filing your, and it's very important that you register on that portal. Now, when you are filing your returns, it's a self-assessment. You need to upload your bank statement. Your bank statement. If you are smart, you can just take one bank statement that is not very, right? And you cannot upload. The taxman at the end will look at that bank statement. If he's seen inflows, 100 million, 200 million, but you have just disclosed that your revenue is just 5 million or 10 million, you will now begin to ask questions. That is when they cannot begin to put you on additional inquiry. But if your bank statement and the self-assessment are quite close, they won't ask any question. They will now say, Chioma and Co., right? Then in bracket, they will not put Chioma, it's okay, in bracket, and that will be sufficient for you. We are coming to that. What happened is that in future, some of these things can change. If the taxman now wants to be very, well, we have advised, they have already opened high net worth tax office for those who actually will have to pay more tax, even while they are doing business with their business name. Those ones will be handled in that office at Maitama, because that office is going to be focusing on those who are earning more money. But any other person who is earning small money, no, they will not pay that much about you. So it is very important that you arrange your records so that you pay the right tax. Now, let me quickly go into this other one. Okay. Okay, let me go to, which slide are you there? 17. You can go to slide 18. So your own profession. Okay, let me talk about inheritance tax. There is what we call income from estates, trusts, and executors. If you are holding some property on behalf of, say, a deceased person in form of an estate, any income derived from that particular property, you will pay some tax on them. That is very important. Now, if I will just look at your core functions. Go to slide 20. I will look at your core functions. I will tell you the implications of this, your job. Let's look at the ones you do. Property valuation. Whether it is for sale or mortgage, whether it's even for tax or insurance, anything. I know that you use market value, right? You can also use mortgage value. You can use insurance value. You can use values known in taxation. That is the capital gain. The cost of the asset itself. Then you can also use the rental value. Now, the truth of the matter is that your valuation base, the value you put on those assets, they are very important. We have argued that your profession should be the one that will be guiding this law and even the business world on the values that we place on properties and estate. Very important. Slide 22. So for any value, don't forget capital gain tax can arise. Capital gain tax is now 30%. That is the company income tax rate. Then you have what we call stamp duty. Most of you don't pay attention to that, but it's very important. Because most of the dealings are based on contractual arrangement. Please don't forget, remove the stamp duty on the values of those property you actually value. Stamp duty is very important. The stamp duty, the commissioner of stamp duty, his office is at Yobe House, a central area. When you go there, all those documents you use for property, take it there. They will stamp 3 copies. You pay the stamp, you pay the duty there. They will stamp it. That is when that agreement becomes valid. That stamp alone is very important. NRS will be going to that office, go to all land office. Any exchange of land and all of them, they gather the data, they will pursue those who actually bought those property so that they can pay the tax. It's with the consultant, they normally used to do that. Yeah. So 24, well, rent, we are talking about rent. Rent, you charge tax, whether it's individual or company. You have to withdraw withholding tax from that. So You can continue to see that. Go to page 26. Now I want to tell you about those areas where you have valuation and it has its impact on the tax. Now, you can go to slide 30. Right? Please keep your documents properly as you do these deals with your principals, your clients. Keep your records. Make sure you have engagement letter, appointment letter. You have the discussion on the fees. You have everything that you need to have. You need to do your invoice. In your invoice, state the withholding tax, state the VAT is very important. One thing about this withholding tax is that in the case of individual or small business, withholding tax has been exempted. It has been exempted. There is a level of turnover that if a business is within that bracket, that business will not do, well, it has even been exempted from tax. So there will be no need to deduct withholding tax from that particular business. However, that particular person should have TIN. Otherwise, he pays twice of the withholding tax that he's supposed to pay. Yes. It's important that we know some of those things, because when they put it before us, you won't say that you did not know that that was the case. Okay, you have another business, another job you call real estate investment advisory. That's on page 38. Now, it's very important to understand that for any business you are doing, your own income is subject to tax, whether it is VAT, whether it is withholding tax, whether it is income tax. Please, whether it's stamp duty, please know that you need to know which one and what is the rate. And you file your returns as a due date. It's very important. 31st December is actually is the end of the accounting year, but you have up to June the following year to file your returns. Even enterprise, many people don't understand. If they are using business name and you are doing business, like your profession, you have up to June to file your returns. But many people think that it is March when we're talking about personal income tax. It's personal income tax other than incorporated business name, because they want you to prepare your account, get it audited, do your computation of tax, use those 6 months to do so, and file your returns. Just like companies will do. So withholding tax is 10% for companies, 5% for individuals or enterprises. We have talked about real estate investment trust. Real estate investment trust has been exempted from tax. I did some research on this. I noted that if that business is developed, use your income as professionals, because people will plan and incorporate real investment estates trust and plot the units, and people get invested. The income you derive from this is exempted from tax. And that may reduce your base, your income base, as businesses in that profession. Facility, I know that you do facility management, property and facility management, which includes rent collection, lease administration, tenant sourcing and retention, service charge budget recovery, handling landlord-tenant issues, and so on. I know that the objective is to preserve assets and so on. But the tax effects of this, which I've stated on page 47, is that for the income, the rental income, you pay company's income tax. If you are individual, any rent, you pay personal income tax. While the company would pay 30%, you as individual, you pay in the order of the tax bracket that has been stated, just like PE or any other personal income tax. So it's not a straight percentage. Thank you. So value-added tax will continue to be deducted 4 times and so on and so forth. So if you have these documents, you can go through them. Let me allow you to ask questions, because that may make more sense to us. Ask questions on the area of tax that you think is clear.
My question is that we have IRS and we have FRS. IRS we pay a year, but then the issue of FRS, for example, now, if you have a job with FRS, okay. If you have a job with FRS, they will deduct tax. Meanwhile, you have already paid your tax with NRS. So I need you to elucidate on that, sir.
If I understand your question, you have filed your returns.
Yes.
And you have paid your tax.
Yes, sir.
At the end of the year.
Yes, sir.
Then after that, you now did some work.
With FRS.
With FRS, NRS. And they deducted withholding tax.
Yes.
It's normal. That is a new accounting year now, okay?
No, the same accounting year, sir.
Oh, the same accounting year.
So what I'm trying to say is this, sir. Okay. You will pay tax to NRS, then the same thing we pay to FRS again. In the same FCC, sir.
FCTRS?
Yes, sir.
Oh, FCTRS.
In fact, the FCT IRS, sir, yes. They give us certificate.
Yes.
Then in FRS, maybe you do a job with them. In fact, their own this thing is just small like this. After you make payment, they will send it like an e-copy.
And that tax they are deducting from you. You know, they will give you a receipt, an acknowledgement. You will still use it for your future tax payment. Eventually, such deduction, they will deduct it and send it to FCTRS. In fact, if you go to zone 5 there, their office, there is a floor. It's for joint tax board. FRS is the chairman. And all these arrangements, when they deduct from you as enterprise, they give them, they return it to the FCTRS. You get it?
Yes.
So it's not a double taxation. Withholding tax is always an advanced tax, which you can use at any time in future. It's a tax credit. It's a tax credit. It's an advanced tax.
Now, another question I want to ask you.
Because let me tell you what happened is that the withholding tax law is saying that anytime you did a job for me and I want to pay you, I should deduct part of it. That is the law.
Now, please, what of the ones that, okay, for example, now, during Paula's time, sir,
yes.
You know, there was a valuation that was conducted on all properties.
Yes.
Then during that period, like for me, let me speak for myself, some of my properties in Kado, they brought some taxes from FRS directly. Our building, they are saying, this one pays 6 million, this one pays 10 million. When I took it to the owner, they gave me back and they say, it's your problem. So I have to keep it. Okay, like that one now. Paula have gone, Nami have gone, is Deji now. Will that record still be there or it will be wiped off?
It is still there. Those records are there. There is no way they will destroy any record. In fact, they can still do a review for 6 years. The records are there. Yes. It depends on what type of tax you suffer at that time. Somebody is asking a question there.
For example, most of these big companies now, what they do is that if your rent is like 1 million, you want to collect from them, they will tell you that the government is charging them and that they have to remove the added value tax from your rent. That's what they do now.
Right.
Yes. If you have a bank as a tenant, if you have all these insurance company as a tenant, if you give them rent, I'm just citing an example. If you give them rent of 1 million, they will now say they are removing like 100 and something thousand from that rent. Meanwhile, you have already put it there that net of all taxes, because you are paying tax, and we are paying taxes for every money that comes into our account. The landlord is also paying his own. Now the tenant will now say that their own, no, they will remove it from their rent. That is what they do now. But my advice to every surveyor now, because it happened, I have about 4 institutions that are doing that with me. So what I'm doing now with them is that if their rent is 1 million, I will add the added value tax. Everybody should know that. That if you are giving any tenant any letter, make sure you add that tax so that at the end of the year, you will know you are the one paying it. So that they will not double charge you.
Let me clarify something here. Value added tax has been abolished. Maybe you are talking about withholding tax. Good. Now, there is nothing like agreeing with somebody that this is net of tax. See, the truth of the matter is that, see, when you are agreeing with your client, don't say the tax law, the tax administration does not allow you to say net of tax. It doesn't. What you agree, you should know that at the time you are doing this agreement, you must also comply with the tax law. If you have agreed 2 million for this job, you know, say, 2 million, then the man who is going to pay you, you say, I will also deduct your withholding tax, 5%. So if you now want to, at that point, mention that it's going to be 2,100,000, that is the invoice price. Nothing like net of tax. You have agreed really net of tax, but it is not possible that at the time you are doing an invoice and you are making a payment, you will not deduct the withholding tax. Even if it's a vatable transaction, you won't also say not net of VAT. No, you must state it separately. And by the way, the person who wants to pay you is the one that will pay the VAT. But I tell you, the computation for the withholding tax is a percentage on the amount you agreed, 2,100,000. That will go to the state internal revenue, then 7.5% will go to the NRS. But there's something I want to quickly tell you. I'm coming, Chairman. There's something I want to tell you. I know that you collect money on behalf of people. That is very important. And I want to tell you about something about that. Make sure that I have documented that here. If you are going to, you will see. At the time you collect money into a bank account, all money will enter. Everything enter one bank account. That money, have your account, your books, right, your register, building by building, rent for each building, the landlord's name, the team number of the landlord, even the date that you receive this money into the account, put it in that ledger. Very soon, the tax authority will be asking to submit you to upload that document. So if you are not keeping them, we keep them. Taxman will not tax this amount, the entire amount, no. They will only tax your income from that money.
Thank you for this very enlightening session. I have a question, and my question is this. Retrospectively, for people who, okay, I'm now enlightened. This is already March, April, going to May. If I want to make an amendment, knowing fully well that the tax act takes effect from 1st of January, what can I do in that case? Because bearing in mind that some of these tax obligations have deadlines, some have penalties attached, and yet I want to look at my accounts from now back to January and make corrections and remit accordingly. What do you advise?
That's fine. Now, there is a time for restitution in the tax practice. What you need to do, first of all, is to comply with all the requirements of tax. You have your registration, you have your books, you have your records. You can walk back all your revenues. Walk back, go and collect your bank statement. Identify your own portion of this money and raise some source document, raise invoice. In retrospect, this is May. You earn money in January. Date it, the time you get the money. Raise the invoice. Address it to the person paying the money. If it is demand notice for rent, raise it, backdate it, have them in the file. Put the TIN number of everybody that is paying the money. Then isolate your own income. When you isolate your income, then you can now begin to prepare your own financial report, month by month from January to date. The truth of the matter is that if this information is not demanded from you now, it will be demanded from you later. Yeah. Both. Now, you see, in the case of the tenant, if it's a corporate tenant, for instance, when you want to remit that particular withholding tax, you need this thing because it is for him. It is his own money. You get it? It is his money. No, I mean the withholding tax. The withholding tax. Okay, sorry, it's the landlord that is holding. Sorry, it's withholding tax. Sorry. But when you are doing a filing, you need to also say the source from where this money is coming from. So you will need the team of the tenant and the team. Even though yes, but it is showing the source of the money. Yes, if you're not a corporate tenant, you don't need to bother. No, I mean, we don't need that. If the amount is in the threshold of, it's 2 million now. 2 million above. If it is 2 million above, then you will need the TIN number of that particular tenant. Now, of course, you will need that of the landlord himself. But if it's below that, then you don't need it. But for corporate tenants, you will need it. Each time he pays, you deduct. Each time he pays, you deduct. Whatever he pays, you deduct. So that is how it works. You need to keep some records, they're very important. Now, let me tell you the issue around PR, because some other people, they asked me to come and do and talk about PR. I know that you give some PR in the course of your transaction. Sometimes it's even bribe that we give. Yeah. In the US, we call it tip. It's allowed in the US, but in Nigeria, it is not. So my advice to you, anytime you are making an unconventional payment, because you need to do that to secure the or to secure the payment or to continue to do business with those people. You don't have to pay somebody. Please look for a valid transaction and describe it as such. Look for a valid transaction and deduct it. If the description you are going to give will require you to withhold part of it, withhold it. If you need to pay him 2 million only, then you pay him 2.5 million, 100,000, and remit. Because bribe, PR, all those things are not known in our laws here. You will not be able to deduct it as part of your expense. So because of that, give it transaction description that is allowed by law. You understand my point? And arrange these documents to that effect. I think that is clear. Or you have something?
2.5, for example, where it's supposed to be, we are trying to normalize the transaction. So that 2.5, you are saying to the person you are giving the bribe, the person will not give you back 500,000. That's what you are saying.
He will turn it down. So eventually 2 million. Yes. Yes, you are paying the withholding tax. It's very important you structure your business. Your own business is of high value. Your own business is not something that is quite straightforward. A lot of parameters, a lot of variables come into play. And it is not very popular in this country. So if that is the case, it is you that will fashion your business such that it will be acceptable in the business world and it will be understood. I'm surprised that under this capital gain tax, you don't have a mention of your business. Who is supposed to actually own this property, if not you? One of my clients just valued his business 70 billion. I was asking him who did this valuation for him. He said it's one company. I'm not sure if that is your member.
Sir, on capital gains tax, I have a question. The law on capital gains tax, is this making reference to cost or value? Because to my mind, that law is talking about original cost of purchase, cost of improvements, and all that. So I didn't see where value actually comes into play within that context. And if value is not coming into play, it's difficult to bring about evaluation instruction in that respect.
What happened is that if I have a building I want to sell, assuming I quote a price without valuation, at the time I'm selling this and I'm rendering returns for the capital gains tax, I need to deduct the cost of that value, of that particular property. Yes, the original cost. That original cost we are talking about, who confirm the correctness of that value? Yes. Yes. And buy. Yes. Yes. You sold it. The difference. I don't see where so Where the valuation for me comes in is, it is not enough to tell a taxman that you sold a house at 100 million, that's the sale price. You are now deducting, say, 90 million. A house that you bought. So what I'm saying is, the taxman will be arguing with you that you should show evidence that this property was bought at 90 million when you bought them. The receipt of the purchase can show, and that will be sufficient. So at any point in time, if a house is to be sold, I should expect that there will be an appreciation in the value, right? Right? So who will determine what is the true value of that property?
That's my point, that in the Tax Act, I've looked at that provision very carefully.
Yes.
Because I sense here that if you are saying that the Tax Act is saying you bought the property at 100 million,
yeah,
and all through the ecosystem of deductions leading up to capital gains payment, nothing talks about value. Cost is different from value, kind of within our system here.
Yeah.
So nothing talks about an improvement in value, change in value. It's all about original cost minus improvement,
yes,
which eventually will lead to application of capital gains tax on that
original clause plus improvement.
Plus improvement, sorry, plus improvement.
Then you now take it from the sales value.
Exactly.
So that is all. Of course, that is all. That is
so
it.
I'm saying that from your experience, is there a way we can explore that provision to bring out a valuation reason or premise on that transaction?
Yes.
That is supported by the law.
The law, yes.
Strictly.
Yes. What happens is that when it comes to property valuation, let's look at capital gains part of it. We are talking about a property that has a value. The taxpayer may want to influence the value of this property. We are saying that if there is a dispute, a disagreement between the tax authority, tax official, and the taxpayer on what's supposed to be the value at the time he bought it, even in some instances, at the time itself, we are saying that if these two variables are not convincing enough, and you cannot be supported by relevant records, like transaction in the bank statement that shows how much he paid and amount that he received. If those things cannot be supported, we are saying that there should be an arbiter as to what should be the true value of this particular building we're talking about. And that, I think, is your own organization. That is just the way I'm looking at it. Because you see, this thing is very common at state level. It's very common at state level. Like in Katsina State, for instance, somebody has about 10 houses, no information about the property. They build it through direct labor and so on. Yes, and they will sell. Ask him, because I did that job for them for income. So I said, how much is it cost? He said, I can't remember. Somebody should be able to tell us the value so that we can say, 20 years ago, this property should be so much. Organization.
Sir, at this point, we'll stop here, but I will drop his number on our chat. So any question, you can direct it to him and he'll be able to throw more light on it. Slide. Okay, you're supposed to forward the slide. You sent it. Okay, it's already on the platform. Thank you so much, sir. So at this point, I will invite the coordinator to come and do a vote of thanks as well as presentation of the plaque to our resource people. Please welcome to the podium for me. ESV Campbell Frances, the coordinator of Abuja Women Wing, and also the current vice chairman. Okay, you want to say something?
Sorry, we are closing. I won't take your time. It just occurs to me that I'm losing an opportunity, and that opportunity is to say thank you for your support during the elections. I'm very, very grateful. I saw your votes. And they were pouring in. And I promise you the rice and chicken will come very soon. Thank you.
So very soon you will see the rice and chicken. Hello. Hello. Wow, what a great day. Hello, my noble sisters. God bless each and every one of us once again for making our time to be here today. Our distinguished noble sisters, as esteemed guests, valuable resource persons, my noble colleagues. Hello, please can you listen? On behalf of the Abuja Women's Wing, I stand here with a heart full of gratitude. First, to God Almighty, who made it possible for all of us to gather successfully, and for the shared wisdom today. Secondly, I thank the president of this our noble institution, Estate Surveyor and Malam Bature Ali Mohammed, who couldn't be here in person because of the demand in his position in the institution entails, but ably represented by our second Vice President, Estate Surveyor and Shala Abed. Hello. Also, I want to use this opportunity to thank our amiable Honorary Secretary, Estate Surveyor and Dr. Etelmendi, to thank them for their vision, encouragement, and for charging us to thrive. And we thank you for your unrelenting support to the Women's Wing. I also thank the Honorable National Secretary. Huh? Okay, please, we want to give the gifts. Huh? No problem. Please, I don't have much to say rather than to say thank you. And may God please bless each and every one of us and grant us journey mercies as we are going back to our various destinations. From the national chairman's desk, Estate Surveyor Mbala Ibirinke Alaba Ogun. She sent her best regards to every one of us here. He said I should tell Abuja people, you people are the best. You are the best. And we are using this opportunity also to say a very big thank you to our capacity chairman and her ASO. She has been very, very supportive of all our events. And I also want to use this opportunity to say thank you and God bless you all for all our generous supporters. Thank you, and may God bless each and every one of you in the name of Jesus. Please, we want to present award to special guest of honor, Alhaji Suleiman Abdullahi, for everything you have been doing for us, for your humility, because when we sent an invitation to you, you did not refuse. What to do was just to honor our invitation today, and we want to say a very big thank you to you, sir. Please, sir, you can come forward.
Okay. On behalf of Niesv Abuja Women's Wing, we say thank you so much for your good presentation. We want to appreciate you so much. May Almighty God continue to bless and reward you abundantly. We want to present a token to you. So, The next on the list is our amiable second vice president. In fact, we are so proud of him. Today, history is made. I guess this is fourth outing for this year. Our brand new amiable second vice president of our time. On behalf of Niesv Abuja Women's Wing, we present to you the award. Thank you so much. God continue to bless. The next on the list is to our National Secretary, Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Dr. Etemende. A young lady, a lady who is so vast. We are so blessed to have intelligent ladies in our midst. So, on behalf of Niesv Abuja Women's Wing, we present to you our topic, the award for your excellent performance. Continue soaring. The next on the list is from our amiable madam, who is so vast with so many experience. It's no other person than Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Mrs. Perpetua Ohama, FNIVF. She's an erudite scholar. Ladies, you have to take news from her. She's so intelligent, brilliant. Thank you so much. On behalf of Niesv Abuja Women's Wing, we present to you this our token award. Thank you for all you do for us. The last but not least, Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Mary Olayere. Our beautiful sister that is so vast in agency. We are proud to present this award to you. On behalf of Niesv Abuja Branch Women's Wing, we present to you this award. Thank you so much for your good presentation. We hope to see you next. Next on the list is group photograph. Please, can you come up for group photograph? We appreciate. Group photograph, please.